Today is fine day in California.
Huh?
Choose.
Alright, folks, good morning. Hope we're all excited for another day of hunting for spooks in Deathmark. We're up to chapter 3 now. Middle of chapter 3, we had met the slit-faced Kashima. Apparently an amalgamation of the slit-faced woman and the Kashima Teke they call it also. And so we left off with Michiho having escorted us for a little bit up until the point of the cemetery where she got spooked and ran away. She said she was going to run back to the dorms, but Mr. Team Rocket James said he saw her running deeper into the school. The departed is known to disguise itself as a human. I've got a little bit of sus on Michiho. Michiho could be a candidate for the imposter. We got 4 more lost souls to find at the chapter. The 4 we found were all outside school grounds, so my hope is that the remaining 4 are in the old building someplace, wherever the investigation's going to be for the second half. But first, we have got to talk to Miss Ritsu Sakamoto. And for that, we're bringing Diamond with us because Diamond is a smooth talker when it comes to the professional staff, so he could help us figure out some details on what went down 5 years ago. Because the only lead we have for both the ghost Kashima and also for this golden prize. The only leads we got are potential students from 5 years prior. We found spiritual phenomena twice previously. Ritz, given the bunny necklace and the bunny watch, that implies something more. I don't think you just like rabbits. Maybe it's her. Maybe the curriculum coordinator herself is the departed. Hirokoshi. The students know that Naomi Horikoshi has gone missing. Isn't it weird? Every time I show up, someone goes missing. Technically, we don't have to play that card. The fact of the matter is, too many students have gone missing in a short amount of time. Even if it was entirely mundane, even if they were simply running away. That is an epidemic of student disappearances. A prestigious university or a prestigious academy shouldn't be so lackadaisical about this. Even if there's no ghost at all objectively as a fact of this universe, then that means kids are still disappearing. A note comes out and a student disappears. A note comes out and a student disappears. That's targeted. And my looks. I know that. If I say nothing, I am meek, though it might be beneficial to let her have the floor. If I say she's wrong, then she's confrontational. If I say I know that, then I am acknowledging what she has to say, and that she is correct. I am not a good fit to be a teacher here, but I'm still here regardless to keep the kids safe. However, someone actually gonna take it seriously, even if they don't think that the departed is actually spiriting kids away. They're still going missing. She's gotta take that seriously. Well, first we'll chat in case she's got something else there. Nothing she wants to talk about that goes straight to the point. Yeah, he's noticed. Necklace and wristwatch both have rabbits. And if you notice the make of her wristwatch, that's not Japanese, that is an Irish wristwatch. Is it her birth year? My birth year is also the year of the rabbit, but technically as an early January baby, technically I fall under tiger. Because the Chinese New Year changes over. Typically in February, late January at the latest, and I'm too early January. Some people claim being a cusp, that they're close enough on the cusp that they could adequately claim one or both. Maybe I can count myself as physically tiger and spiritually rabbit or something combinatorial like that. She did get nervous when we asked about the rabbits though. She's hiding something for sure. So first tell us about Kashima. And Megumi Manabe? Gold prize at an art contest 5 years ago, the same 5 years as the Kashima story. Oh, that also set her off? Sure. She remembered enough that she froze. So tell us about yourself. Wait, no, I said Rei Kasuma, didn't I? Not Retsu. I just saw the R and assumed it was Retsu. Tell us about Rei. Sure, Ritsu. I don't know. the faculty at their school, where they're really worried about that. She does not want to talk to us. That was not very helpful at all. I brought Diamond for nothing. The school newspaper from back then. The library. We're gonna finally use the library. We finally get to use the library, folks. To the library. And given that Sho isn't much of a booky person, it could still be of use to bring Diamond here. Okay, maybe there's gonna be a lost soul in here. Any lost souls in the library? Special books aren't allowed to leave school premises. Konohara Academy School newspaper. Original copies. Is Miss K's death the revenge of the death? Is Miss S's disappearance the dead's doing? We gotta read them both. Miss K, from the 3rd year. It would have this as Keiko, I'm sure, in the Japanese. Is said to have disappeared from the main gate, according to a person who witnessed the event. Missing student, main gate, the tooth we found, the lost soul. I saw a bunch of scissors poking out of Miss K's body. She didn't look alive to me. For some reason, the police completely disregarded the brave witness's testimony and treated this case as a simple missing person case. Sadly, it appears we'll never know the truth. Just before her death, Miss K went to a cemetery to visit Kishima's grave to pay respect after her recent suicide. The two of them didn't get along well, so many assumed that she only went there to score some brownie points with her teacher. If Kishima held some resentment against her, she would have definitely seen through her, and she would have definitely taken revenge. Considering the way Miss K was killed and how her corpse went missing, one would not be surprised to think it was the work of something supernatural. It seems obvious that Miss K was murdered by the late Kishima's grudge. They write such speculation like this in the school newspaper, huh? Newspaper article A. And the next? Is Miss S's disappearance a dead's doing? Tell us about Esko. Word around school is that Miss S had gone missing. A search warrant has been issued and police are currently investigating the case. Esko was last seen in front of the gymnasium. Gymnasium? Rumor has it she was trying to run away from something, looking back over her shoulder several times while she ran. She fled inside the gymnasium and was never seen again. She fled inside the gymnasium. Police checked the building, yet there was no trace of Miss S. The reasons for that are obvious. There's no way she would be found. Kishima's grudge killed Esko, so her corpse should have disappeared from this world. Same as what happened to Miss K. To normal people, these articles might seem like nothing more than groundless rumors. But when you dig deeper, we actually have some solid evidence that Miss K and Miss S's cases have many things in common. Both were 3rd years, Kishima too. Both of them were in art club, Kishima too. Kashima? Kashima, right? Kashima. I keep flipping the I and the A around. I'm sure there's a linguistic term for that when you swap the syllabary. Both of them didn't get along with Kashima. Both of them had visited her grave. I keep calling Kashima Kisama. I'm basically calling her a shithead to her face. Kashima might have turned into Slitmouth Kashima and claimed vengeance. Note: Kashima's spirit form is Slit-Mouth Kashima, similar to the Slit-Mouth Woman. Tacky, unscrupulous article. Victims 5 years ago. I do get to look around more, at least, so if there are lost souls here, I don't miss out by finding the correct thing first. Encyclopedias and pictorials. And no lost souls. What are the pages blackened by mold? Maybe there is. Ethanol to remove the mold some other time. We gotta get some ethanol. And that's the only stuff up here. Alright, let's go then. We'll say thanks to Ritsu. Could we give her information that we learned from the newspapers? No. Students K and S were killed by Slitmouth Kashima. Erika Cameo. E Cameo. E Cameo. E Cameo's like a car. A Cameo's like a truck. The front is where you party. The back is where you eat. Cameo. E Cameo. Front is where you drive, I think. Yeah. Front is where you drive. The back is where you El Camino. Whatever. No clue, huh? Graduation yearbook for that year. Back to the library. Stored in the office, not in the library. Okay. What if the students borrowed it? What if the students borrowed the yearbook from 5 years ago that's relevant to the case tonight? No, that's not coincidence. Somebody else has more of a lead than we do. Abe from a third-year senior, not, well, I don't know about senior, a third-year student. Third-year student, just like the rest of Kashima's victims. Who's Abe? Is Abe the guy I've been calling James? Erika Cameo. Funny enough, so the school that I grew up in was from 1st grade to 12th. But in 9th grade, my parents took me out of school for certain issues, and then we moved to California, because Dad was going to move us to California anyway. And then I didn't graduate in my childhood school. But when my childhood classmates were having their 10-year, they counted me among them for the graduating class. Even though I was just some brat for practically the entirety of my time there. Very immature, very awkward, Isn't that nice? They still thought fondly of me and considered me as part of their own. Three candidates: Hikaru Ishida, Sayako Shinohara, Miho Shinji. If they were third years 5 years ago, there's definitely no chance they're still students. Torn bit of paper. Rumor has it Miss S, who disappeared at the gymnasium 5 years ago, still haunts the place. The wall of the storage room is dyed with black stains. There are traces of regret left by the dead. Vengeful spirits make their appearance known to those who take interest in them. You must never touch that stain. Toasty, careful. You could dislodge some of my cables there, Toasty. Computers are very fickle things. I didn't arrange it with cat accommodation in mind, I'm sorry. We're gonna touch that stain. We're gonna Soma this. Kashima's truth is intertwined with the art club from 5 years prior. Therefore, to unearth her past, we need to thoroughly inspect the art rooms of the old and new building alike. Art room in old and new buildings. Art room in old and new buildings. Gymnasium, that's 3 areas. The art room in the old building in particular requires heavy scrutiny. Rei Kashima used to while away her time there often in the past. However, the building wasn't in use at that time, so what business would she have there? What kind of truth lies thence? My left eye shall assert. Okay, Abe is a Chunibyo. Third year Abe is gonna die. Diamond has experience, Ritsu. If you allow him, I'm sure he could tell you all about the things that he was involved in. Not just that he witnessed. I'm pretty sure Diamond, if I remember correctly, was a direct participant in certain things. Second floor, both new and old buildings. Gymnasium near the special building. No light in the gymnasium. Spooky. Wow, that was very useful. Now let's swap out for show. We're going to need some young strength for this. Gymnasium by the special building. The art rooms and new and old buildings. Gymnasium's an option from this list. Let's go to the infirmary first. We'll change for show. Call Eita. We got more info here. Rei Kashima died 5 years ago. Megumi, art club student, won the gold prize 5 years ago. Rei Kashima. and the victims of 5 years prior. The people of 5 years ago are practically an ancient breed. Bye-bye. Take frequent breaks or your body's gonna wear down. Let's go to the gymnasium first. So we're going to do start of chapter save, middle of chapter save, and then subsequent saves I'll put here. Just to make sure I don't miss any of my very important lost souls. Yeah, we've got a flashlight show, don't be scared. There's only one ghost you gotta worry about. Oh, that is creepy. We got slurpy crunchy noises, and we got some veiny vision and some blood splotches at the edge of the screen. That's not just a light shining in my face. Departed laughs in my head. Is this gonna constantly curse places? Once you enter a cursed place, your spirit will decrease, even if you simply stand in the area. So yes, this will sap at my health. You can't run in these places. Keep a watchful eye on your spirit gauge and escape from danger. Source of a curse. When places are cursed, there is always a source. Exploring the vicinity while paying close attention. Explore the vicinity while paying close attention to remaining spirit. Backstage. Okay, we're only tapping one away at a time. 30 and 39, we got plenty. Root of the curse isn't here. The spot where she died? That's a black tooth. The lost souls we found were golden teeth. Is this gonna count? Is this a lost soul that has so much grudge on it that it is cursing an entire place? Pocket it. Slams it to the floor. That was my tooth. Okay, in order to stop the curse, you need to shatter the cause of the phenomenon. The cursed tooth. Find the cursed tooth hidden in the cursed place and break it. So it's easy enough, because you can only interact with interactable spots. That's very likely where there's the mold in the back. I thought that was a body and a face. No, that's a mouth, a nose, and then eyes above it. What if there was an option? What if we shatter the curse by breaking the tooth? But we could have used the tooth as a lost soul if we brought Diamond instead. And we just kept the tooth as currency, and thus the curse is never lifted. But we get maximum Maximum souls.
ここ
Turn the mat over, of course. And a raccoon falls onto his face. Massive swarm of black things. Cockroaches? Was Gochika among them? And where the bugs were, a tooth of the golden variety. 3 more to go. We got 2 art rooms to go. And maybe something in the buildings.
Hmm.
Alright, let's touch the mold. I think it resembles a face and it resembles a person. If you take out the eyes, then you have a torso and a head. The head being the nose of the face. Vengeful spirits make their appearance known to those who take interest in them, and you must never touch that stain. We're gonna touch the stain. Touch! We got a heartbeat. In the first game, this would have been an instant game over because there were situations where you had to learn about the environment and the ghosts in them to know how not to be killed by them. But this game rewards curiosity by giving you lost souls for trying to do everything. Miss Kashima? Wait, no. This isn't Kashima, isn't it? The Kashima we saw in the cemetery had scissor legs. This is a girl whose head is twisted around and has scissors gouged into her eyes of her engorged head perched atop her elongated, twisted neck. This is one of the victims. This is... K? No, K disappeared from the main gate. S then. S was killed at the gymnasium. Looking back over her shoulder several times. So I think that's why her neck is twisted around so much. Female student with scissors piercing both of her eyes. Yeah, you think. Those aren't exactly children's safety scissors. He's come to the same conclusion I have. Yeah, we kind of got... We're not going to try to escape. Suspensive act. Do we have the means of surviving this? I'm sorry, Esco, but you are. Go towards the light. sorry, but your death is listed in newspaper article B. Tell her the truth, killed by Kashima. Show wasn't good with ghosts. I think it's a spirit bet. The spirit strength is giving us more success. 87% is a minor. Oh no, it's 7+. It's still small. 99% if we brought Diamond with us. Diamond alone is 99. It's a dexterity check. We're supplementing each other's dexterity. Sho and I together are holding up the article, so our shaking hands don't drop it.
これでどうだ。わかった。
8, afraid of Kashima. So it really is less a matter of who you bring with you to what special things they bring to the table. I'm pretty sure. In the first couple of games, the characters had special things to them. They might be more familiar with musical theory. They might be more familiar with anatomy. They might know about proper calligraphy to get certain clues that way. Here it seems mostly stat-based. If the person you bring with you has more dexterity, more strength, more spiritual power, that's going to affect the skill checks. So maybe apart from skill checks, you really do just bring who you like the most. Who am I? Okay, this was S, right? K's death. These are the S students. It's not gonna be in here, but Ritsu told us about who she was, who K was, or who S was. S, we were told. K's were... Go look at the yearbook, it's in there. Hikari Shida, Ayako Shinohara, Miho Shinji. Wait. Erika Cameo. So yearbook shows all the S names. Article B. Okay, because Ritsu told us who K is, we know who K is, it's in there. B, oh no, B is S's disappearance. The one killed at the gym was S. S is a third year in art club. And in the yearbook, students whose surnames start with an S: Hikari Shida, Sayako Shinohara, or Miho Shinji. I think I could only guess. S. Grudge killed by S. Third year, art club, didn't get along, visited her grave. I have a 1/3 chance. Yeah, A is Keida. If it was in front of the gate, it'd be Erika Camillo. That'd be the easiest thing. This is the one with 3. It just had to be an S. Which means it's definitely not either of these. We have to go with the yearbook. Ayako? Wait. Ayako isn't an option. Shinohara is a Sayako. Do you think maybe they got the name wrong, or is that a hint that that's not correct? Miho Shinji Hikari Shida. We got a Miho Shinji, we got Hikari Shida, but that's the wrong Shinohara. Let's try Miho.
よし、わかった。
13% chance of failure. Is that correct? Apparently I'm correct. I guessed correctly. We got the white smoke. This was a right choice. Aced the 1/3 chance survival. The face is still there though. Is it a note or was it a tooth? Folded note paper. Dear Mr. Hirose, I was so happy when I got that birthday present from you. I really treasure it, and it really tells me how you feel about me. Because you're an adult, you can't say the words, right? Oh no. But that's fine with me. I can feel our hearts are connected. I love you as much as you love me. It's a shame my graduation is still so far away. Once I graduate, we will no longer be student and teacher. We could stand beside one another as equals. My mother will surely love you. I want to build a happy family with you one day. Do you get my feelings? I don't need an answer because I already know how you feel. I love you, Mr. Hirose. I love you so, so much. Yeah, especially given that she's a teenager and that's a teacher. Now, was this Miho's note or was this Kashima's? Is this the truth about Kashima? She got into an illicit affair with a teacher. At some point, died in anguish or was silenced. Or maybe the teacher was preying on many a student. And that's why they didn't get along. Who's gonna die? Whose vision is this? We got the art room. 3 girls talking in the art room. Manabe? Pueko's prep class soon. Oh no, read this letter already. The bitch slipped this into teacher's textbook. Does the ghost hate Manabe for having revealed the secret of her dating the teacher? Manabe also loves the teacher. Manabe killed her. Manabe is the instigator of the curse. Shinji? Shinji was one of the co-conspirators then. Kamio was involved. Miho Shinji was involved. Manabe was a ringleader. Capture the crucial moment. We talking Kashin? Keep it Shinji. That's why her ghost had this. Manabe, Kamio, Shinji. There's gotta be a way to have figured out Miho Shinji's name. Apart from just, here's 3 names of the yearbook, take a random stab, right? Is a face gonna vanish as we purify the ghost? No. Is there gonna be a lost soul? No lost soul. The lost soul was here.
Cuckoo.
Cuckoo. Well, let's go patch ourselves up in the infirmary. We got 3 more lost souls to find. Let's go to the new building. We'll do the new building first. We can't go into the classrooms, they're all locked up. There's always a risk that a tooth is going to be on the door handle. School front gate, we can go back out. This was a spot where one of the kids was killed. This would have been Erika's. Erika Kamio would have been there on the ground. We still can't check the bathrooms. Music room we can't go into. Connecting corridor we can. Let's see how much more the new building I can explore. Clearly the art room is there. Connecting corridor floor 2. What if there's a lost soul to the connecting corridor? We can't go to the 3rd floor. No need to go that way. No need to go that way. Man! Then we'll save the new building art. No, I guess we'll go here anyway. We'll find our 3 remaining souls. Easels? Not easels, canvases. A moldy scent. This is the new building. Give me the tooth. No tooth? It's a good thing we're not taking sickly diamond with how much mold is everywhere. This is the new building. The canvases are moldy. The drying paintings are being devoured by moths. That is weird. This is the new building art room. We were told that Manabe usually hung out in the old art room.
Yoshi.
A lot of red. Pencil. Oh man, I was hoping it was a tooth. The muscle choice is working out. Sosuke Hirose. Brown pencil, blue pencil. One's a 2B, the other... different sketches. Brown pencil, blue pencil.
なんだよ。これは。
Alright, what do we have for the pencils? Perfect tool to use. We want to draw some strong, solid lines. And the brown is perfect for soft, delicate lines. Guess we got no choice to the old building then. 3 more souls to find. We've only got 1. And there's 3 more for this chapter. Hey, Swedish guy. Why am I so bad at video games? Haven't I completed this yet? It's only been 2 days. I'm making good progress. 1 chapter per day. That's admirable for anybody, right? How you doing, Swedish guy? Declare it a haunted building. What? The entire school's haunted. Forget just the old building. The old building has a lot of stuff. We're finding lost souls at the front gate. A proper haunting of the gymnasium. straight to the art room, no detours. Is that really gonna be the case? And a glass of wine at dinner, and a few beers after, nice. Prepping yourself for karaoke, I see, Swedish guy. Do you have a song that you're working on? Shouldn't take unnecessary risks. But in this game, it rewards unnecessary risks. In the first game, you had to be super cautious. A simple choice of going left or right might put you directly in the face of danger, in which you better hope you spoke to the right person to get the clue for how to survive a thing. Here, if the note straight up says, if you see the marking of the ghost on the wall, do not touch the mold. We're like, well, we gotta touch the mold, we might find a lost soul. Poke. Already home and looking longingly at the bed. Aww. Well, I hope that you and the bed have a very passionate night in its embrace. Speaking of which, Onyx has been really good lately. He's had a better way of waking me up. Instead of scratching at the door incessantly, show's idle animation is to punch. What Onyx used to do was scratch at my boyfriend's door, because that's where his food is. That wouldn't would wake me up, but not very happily. I would just close my door and ignore him. He's tried poking at my eye and nose with his claw, and all that does is get me to push him away. Lately, he's tried tapping at my face very gently, and normally that's really nice. I appreciate that he does that. But sometimes I don't get enough sleep, so when he tries doing the tapping my face, I've just been pushing him away. It's an arms race, and what he did this morning was sit in the hallway and cry. And that did wake me up, and he was all the way over there, and I was like, oh, well, it was late enough, let's go feed him. Gotta go to the music room. No need to go that way. We're gonna get a lot of no need to go that ways, aren't we? No need to go that way. But I still got 3 more souls to find. We found 4 on the outside. There's no way that we've already got all the souls we need. Maybe this is just the preliminary part of this investigation, because there's no way we have enough information to purify Kashima. So maybe as we do this, we find the 4 outside, and that's half the souls for the chapter. We find 2 in the gym and art room, and that's 1/4 for the chapter, and the remaining 1/4 is for the final 3rd investigation. Your cats wake you up by cuddling with you in bed. You're very warm-blooded. They know that if they cuddle me, you'll overheat and wake up. That is so much nicer, but also I'm usually bundled up in the blanket myself. They like to lay on my back if I'm laying on my back, or on my stomach if I'm laying on my back. They lay on my back if I'm laying on my stomach, or on my stomach if I'm laying on my back. But otherwise, they aren't adding a significant extra amount of heat to me. Nothing inside but a tooth. Oh, sketch pad? Sketchpad is just deets and tools I need to purify the ghosts. That's not gonna help me get my lost souls, my currencies. Hydrangeas on the first page, bellflowers, cosmos. No chrysanthemums. Gonna be a haunted canvas? Is it gonna sprout blood? Is an image gonna appear on it? Squeaku? Oddly familiar, huh? It sounded like squeaky bed springs to me. Oh! Oh! Her again. We saw this cursed doll for the first time in the previous chapter, playing the piano to give us a small hint. Three for 3. This game is really 3 for 3 on cursed dolls. I didn't see the doll last time either, it was only I who did. Handed back. Could it be the pencils? Is this gonna be a suspensive act? No, it can't be a suspensive act because there's no way to use my partner for this, and my partner can't see either. If the partner can't see her. It was a vision the last time too. This is mysterious. The doll is helping me out for two hauntings now. So it's the teacher, the possibly pedophilic teacher, whose sketchbook that was. I say possibly because we don't know how one-sided these students' affections are. Kashima apparently felt that the present that her teacher gave her is a sign of his love for her. It could be she misinterpreted, it could be there's something shady, we don't have that information yet. Maybe it's this, the very nice pencil case with the nice pencils could have been the present. Or it could be his because he does sketches. And this would be Manabe talking. And Manabe does, and... Do you suppose Manabe won gold prize because she murdered Kashima? I'm thinking she did. I think she murdered Kashima, either deliberately or on accident, to get her out of the way with the teacher she likes. And without the competition, she ended up winning gold. And so that's why the Departed is warning us that Kashima is going after gold prize next. Because gold prize was the ringleader for the person who either took her away from her beloved teacher or who actively did kill her. We know that 2 of her conspirators are dead. Cameo was killed at the front. And then we saw that Miho was killed in the gym. We saw her ghost. Manabe clearly still lives, but she would have graduated a long time since. She's probably not going to come to the school she graduated from already. But given that the hospital and the cemetery are both places we can visit, this is probably going to be a killing outside the school then. And this should have been when the teacher grabs her by the hand and drags her down to the faculty office to talk to one of the other teachers, so she could very sternly and firmly be reminded what is inappropriate behavior and quite possibly take her out of art class. Either the teacher is actually good, and the other students' love is one-sided also, or maybe he does only have his eyes on one teacher. Swedish guy, no. No. Kashima, so it was a photograph. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Photograph was taken. Manabe? Why would Manabe have the photograph taken of her? When we saw the vision of what the conspirators were planning, they were going to take a picture at the right moment. But it would have been catching Kashima in the act, not Manabe. The same reason why only we hear the departed's voice in our head. Everyone else is just helpers. Unfinished We gotta finish the sketches then.
これは
Iron bucket with a tooth inside? Oh, nothing inside. Maybe if we brought Diamond, he'd recognize one of the pebbles as a tooth.
ここは これは
A crack in the wall with a tooth inside? Black mold. And something small stuck in the crack. Give me the tooth. The tooth has been set free. 2 more teeth to go for this chapter. The whole tooth? It looks like there's a little bit worn off. It's enough of the tooth to count as currency for my needs.
よし
Noise. Are we gonna get tooth number 3 in the storage? You have your flashlight up. Squelches. Squelch is okay. Wet, sloshing, plopping sound is okay, because Kashima's got scissor legs. Whatever's in here isn't gonna be Kashima? Oh no. Oh no. Wet squelching sounds. Rustling clothes. We're gonna get another intersection of sex and horror grotesquerie, aren't we?
Sensei.
Don't you say sensei. No. So maybe something did happen with Kashima then. Wasn't there talk of they used to hang out in the old art room, but nobody uses the old art room? Why would they do that? Is this why, away from prying eyes? Why do I feel that this is Michiho? She's got the same short silver hair as Michiho. And the same larger bust. He's calling her a mangled, monstrous creature, but this looks to me like it could possibly be Michiho. She felt something weird at the cemetery. Some noise in the wind. And then she ran off, hopped in the bus. Apparently went back to school and ran into the old building. Didn't I say there was a chance that Michiho could be the departed? I don't think this is the departed, though. So what's Michiho's story if this is her? Her mouth is slit ear to ear, and her fingers apparently oh, they do resemble scissors. Is she transforming into the Scissor Woman? This version of the Kashima slit-mouthed woman can make scissors sprout out of her skin. Does she also have transformative powers, then, related to that? Or is it not Michiho, and it simply resembles her? Yeah. Looks entirely different from the scissor-legged Kashima. Tentacle-like tongue. Now, unless Michiho's been a ghost this entire time, which is possible, that's why I thought she might be the departed, because the departed can blend in as a human. It could be anyone. What was I gonna say? He suspected Michiho of being the departed, but she's a current student. She's a current second-year student, right? So she wouldn't be an alumnus of 5 years prior. We could have two ghosts then blending in as current students.
Sensei. Sensei.
But then again, we also don't know what these other students from 5 years ago look like. You love me too, right? This doesn't look like the Manabe from the Vision. The teacher could have been fooling around with multiple students, so this could have been another one of his victims. A great opportunity to run away. Kujo does not share Swedish guy's desire for a busty ghost with a massively long prehensile tongue. But wait. Distinctive white hair and Konihara Academy uniform. He's figured out what I've already figured out. The uniform, the hair, her bust, it's all very distinctively Michio. Possessed by a spirit. Well, Kujo, maybe we gotta go the Swedish guy route anyway. Maybe we perform the ritual that she is unable to reenact with the statue. Call my name. If she's being all sensei, do you love me more than her? Then she's gotta be reenacting Manabe's obsession for her teacher. But as far as we know, Manabe can't be dead. Manabe's gotta be the victim tonight. Maybe the spirits are making her reenact the role. Maybe the spirits are making her reenact the role of Manabe, who was no longer a student here and possibly doesn't even live in H City anymore. Maybe she was smart and booked it out of here. In which case, they could be turning Michiho into an effigy of Manabe. Oh, that could be the case. That could be the case. She heard a thing in the wind at the cemetery, freaked out and ran away. And instead of going home like she said, she was drawn back to school, back into the old building. There's two options here. Michiho also wanted us to call her by her name. Am I calling Michiho's name to snap her out of this? Or am I calling Manabe's name to satisfy the spirit and continue her transformation into the effigy? Michiho? Manabe? This wouldn't be Kashima. Maybe this is where the purification or banishment choice begins. If I call Michiho and break the effigy transformation, if I call Manabe and turn her into the effigy to be destroyed by the spirit, the worst thing that could happen is losing spiritual health. I'm gonna call her by her real name. She's not responding. Okay. We gotta call her by the role that she's playing. No. So... love me more than her. So, this scene leads me to believe. So, if this is Kishima, then it's not Manabe trying to seduce her teacher. And then... well, speaks for itself. It's not Manabe or even her desires for the teacher. So it would then be Kishima in the middle of an illicit affair with the teacher. So the teacher did have a thing going on with the student. Apparently, Kashima is very used to her teacher calling out other girls' names. Which one is my No. Teacher is there too. We confused the ghost. She thought teacher was under her straddling thighs and also here at the same time because we called. We we logic broke the ghost to free Michiho. We definitely should have brought Diamond at least for Michiho's modesty's sake. Bring the experienced physician who has enough professional tact for a situation like this, and not the impulsive teenager show. We didn't get to explore that back room either. But then again, Sho does have maximum strength, so if we're dragging a body all the way across from the second floor of the old building, down, across the corridor, then across the hallway, and all the way to the infirmary. The doctor is here. He could look at her after we use the strength of Sho to bring her over. When do we think Kinokao? I think it was as early as the cemetery. That's when the bug got in her ear, and she was probably already at least halfway by the time she got back to school. That is some good tea. Because he ran off, returned to school, got possessed by a ghost, and he tried to fuck a statue. Explain the sequence of events. Quite possibly in the exact same order I gave it to her with the tale, including what happened in the art storage room. I would still say try, Swedish guy. It's not as if the statue was anatomically correct after all. She put a lot of effort into it for a whole lot of nothing. Oh, I see. All of that. Oh, she was aware of it. She just thought it was a very bizarre dream. What happened after he parted ways? Why the old building's art room? Why clinging to the statue? Let's see what Michiho could remember probably means asking her all these questions. We'll get to them. We'll go in chronological order. It was her sleeper cell activation code. Hey, Wither! You think I should probably kill everyone. Well, I have great news for you, Wither. We've had 2 investigations so far to prevent somebody's death, and we're 2 for 2 on that person dying. We're the best paranormal investigators because every time there's a warning saying this ghost is gonna kill this person, they do. Hope you're doing alright, Wither? And the fact that she was clinging to the statue. Her expression turns grim. Even though she was possessed, she still disgraced herself in front of others. That is certainly a way to phrase it. Flighty and free-spirited, but still a child. Exactly. The gas bubble in your eyeball is annoying, but you're an eyeball half full kind of guy. Well, I'm glad things are looking up then, Wither. No memories of what she did to the statue. Huh. But she remembers hugging a man. Lena quite good looking, but nothing compared to you. We compliment her hair once, and then she's fixated. The moment I laid eyes on him, I couldn't control my passion. That's what you call love, don't you think? That's what I call obsession. Bet by Kashima's voice went to the old building's art room. Teacher is waiting there. Found an attractive man that was actually a statue. Felt intense passion. Kind of figured that out already, just from the psychic visions we kept receiving. So what can we suss from this? We still don't know if the teacher was reciprocal in his affections towards Kashima. That this is more evidence of Kashima's desire than an actual event we witnessed. She could have been spurned. That could have led to her grudge. Spurned by the teacher she loves, the same way that the teacher spurned Manabe. And then betrayed by her friends and possibly murdered. We know that Kashima doesn't win the art contest, even though the teacher wanted to support her artistic endeavors. It's Manabe who won, which leads me to believe that Kashima was already out of the picture. Which we kind of know she was anyway, right? Revenge of the Dead. Miss K went to the cemetery to visit Kashima's grave. That'd be Kamio. So Kashima's already dead. before the art contest. Good luck with saving the kids from caring, loving teachers. The bad news is, Swedish guy, this is an event from 5 years ago with a haunting going on today. So, what has happened has already happened. And with the exception, quite possibly, of Manabe, every involved party is already dead. The teacher might still be alive, come to think of it. But there's no saving the kids. If her feelings weren't reciprocated, the love could have turned into hatred. You go sleep. Enjoy the sleep, Swedish guy. Whether or not the teacher returned her affections, the first psychic vision we saw was of Manabe, Eriko, and Miho conspiring against Kashima. It could be a romantic grudge, but I think it's a grudge of murder and betrayal. That's what I think. That's why she's targeting her classmates and not the teacher. Actually, going home this time, Michiho? Not gonna pop up again as a ghost? I'm sure she's too tired after all that. Ugh. Kujo offering to take her to the dorms reminds me of when I was doing a front desk watch at the barracks one evening. And one of the cuties from my company, who got around a fair bit, but nothing wrong with that, she was pretty cute, pulled the old, I lost my room key, could you take me to my room? And of course, I had to be the good guy, right? Alright, sure, whatever. Get the master key, open the door to the girls' hallway, loudly announce, "Mail on the floor!" Open her door, and disappoint her by turning right around and leaving. You know she wanted something, but given that just after I left that company, there was an outbreak of chlamydia in the entire barracks, I'm not even joking, could have dodged a bullet. She says she's flattered, but I'm not sure that any word that has a syllable flat in it could describe her. But this could be evidence in the who is the departed question. I did suspect that Michiho is a candidate for who the departed could be, the ghost that disguises itself as a human. But I don't think then the departed would have been possessed by something as measly as a slit-faced Kashima. So I might have to take her off the list. But Himiko, with the strange marking on her face, that Kujo and Kujo alone has internally commented upon, could also be the reverse double red herring. Self-centered, pushy chick, you're one to talk. The art storage room Kinokawa was in. I still want the 2 missing teeth. There better be one in the art storage room and then one someplace else. The bucket. The bucket that had a lot of pebbles in it that Sho said, well, there's nothing of interest in here that I could see. That I could see. So maybe physician Suji Diamond would have recognized a cursed human tooth among pebbles.
何か必要？
2 lost souls in my possession, 2 lost souls remaining. We're gonna get the Dorman Village Shiki Charm. Reduce action cost by 2 during suspensive acts. And they don't stack, so the Daruma Gourd loses effect. And the last one is a semi-useless bag enhancement. If we get the +1 for the bag enhancement for every single chapter, eventually we'll get to a point where it gives a +5% at a minimum. And that's not too bad when paired with other effect increasers, rate increasers.
頑張ってね。
Ganesha statue, mythical crafted item from Oserojima. Secret sacred place. Attracts the attention of the lucky elephant god. 15% to execution rate. Shiki charm. Used to summon Shikigami in a phantom village that cannot be found on any map. Straw doll. White straw doll from Mihune Temple. Temple where people took shelter from revenge curses. It will bear a bit of your misfortune. Enhanced with lost souls. We're gonna be putting more lost souls into this bag. The fact that the teacher's sketchpad. This is either the teacher's sketchpad or Kashima's sketchpad. My assumption is that the brass or copper, whatever it was, pencil case was a present from the teacher to Kashima. And so if the teacher was especially fond of Kashima's artistic ability, they could have both been sketchers. So maybe we'll have to use these pencils to finish in the sketchpad. Unfinished drawings of hydrangeas, bellflowers, and cosmos. Softly drawn. So if we do get a suspensive act where we have to finish her unfinished work, I'm very sketchy is what I'm saying. This entire chapter has been very sketchy with her, since it fully involves competing student romances with their teacher, who may or may not have reciprocated with one of them. It's full-on sketch. Soft, delicate lines is a brown pencil. At some point, we're going to have to use a brown pencil on the sketch pad. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, let's go back to connecting corridor. I don't think anything else would have popped out in the other rooms here. Though what if we take Diamond to the hospital? Maybe there's... I enjoy his shirt in his... when his animation frame swings enough to see more of his shirt. Let's take him to the hospital first, because there was a surprisingly lack of stuff to do there. So maybe if I have an actual doctor in tow. Population crisis, probably just as well to get them starting the populate planet early. Funny enough, there have been more than one doujins I have read that basically have something similar to that as a premise. One could possibly say too many with that premise. Okay, hospital. He's got nothing to say. Isn't that the hospital he works at, though? K Hospital. Or has he got his own practice? Well, hospital still has nothing. So back to Konihara Academy. All of tea. How are you supposed to be outrageous like this? Sorry, Wither. Especially when it comes to doujins, which is typically just some guy with some artistic talent making whatever comes into his head. There's a lot more leeway people could have with experimenting with certain things where they don't have to worry about actually being successful in their work. The kind of doujins that I've seen that straight up, very likely, will not see being bound professionally in ink and pulp and glue in a properly bound book in a shelf at some store because of, oh my goodness, the kind of subject matter people could come up with. The human mind is very inventive, and there's 7 billion of us. So, odds are somebody's had an idea, and odds are somebody has tried to capitalize on an idea. Bucket.
これは
Nothing inside. Pieces of plaster statue. So even Diamond doesn't see anything of worth in there. Shoal called them pebbles. Didn't identify them as pieces of plaster statue the way Diamond did. I would have thought if there was a tooth there. There was a tooth in here. In the crack in the wall. Hopefully there'll be one in here too. The poor statue got pulverized by her. Now it's only plaster, it's not like it's concrete or stone. But still. Michiho literally pulverized it. From the waist down, as one could tell. Shattered the poor thing.
よし
Gap behind this. Show me the tooth. Show me the tooth. Only one more tooth to go after this. Something small rolling in the back. Small item in the gap between the shelves. Gap is too narrow. If I had something thin to stick in there. If Aya was still with us. If she has a small enough frame that her advantage is she could stick her smaller self into places where I can't. I have no item for this. Pencil's probably not going to be good enough. We could probably... Could we use a notice to wedge it out? No. How about the love letter? Use the love letter to wedge it out of there. Oh, Wither. I really am sorry. But I am glad to hear that you do have it being taken care of, and hopefully it was 1 month, right? 1 month recovery, and hopefully the gas thing at the very least fades out and the eye gets a little bit closer to normalcy. 1 day closer, Wither. He can't use the letter. What about the newspaper articles? I can maybe try the pencils, but I don't want to break them. We'll try the blue pencil. Sometimes objects don't break, like the rubber gloves, a plunger, but sometimes it do, so I gotta be cautious. 7th golden, not really golden, 7th cursed tooth, 1 more remains.
よしいけそうだ
And a level up. Spirit increased by 3.
これは
I feel like the pulverized statue is the obvious thing to look at, but I'm gonna save that for last. A buckled rail? Is this gonna be Diamond's dexterity to the rescue again? Yeah. Diamond's previous victory was shimmying a locker open. He's my door opener. He's been opening up a patient. Ouch. Oh, the notebook was the important thing. S.H. Oh, wait. Teacher had an H first name, didn't he? Letters etched by a pencil filled with warmth and softness. Oh no, is this gonna be the confirmation? Familiar names of the last page of the diary? Rei Kashima is a passionate student. Unlike other female students, her eyes are not just fixed on me, but also the work I am doing on the canvas. So he is aware of the crush that other students have on him. But he doesn't care about students who only like him for his body. He likes students who like his art. The paintings she submits are always lacking in technique. It is easy for anyone to see that they have been painted in earnest. For me, spending quality time by myself in the old building's art room and focusing on my drawings are the happiest moments of my daily life. I told Kashima this yesterday. Then she asked me to permit her to draw next to me, and promised that she wouldn't bother me. Any good teacher would see that even if this is an innocent request, this is a bit too much for a student-teacher professional relationship. Kashima said she wanted to be a hairdresser like her mother. Growing up with a single mother, she must really look up to her mom. I'd like to support her dream, so I gave her hairdresser scissors on her birthday. She was really pleased with the gift, and said that she considered it her treasure. Do you suppose, then, that all the thin envelopes, the thin boxes with name brand scissors that pile up on Kashima family grave, is this teacher giving presents to the departed soul of his favorite student? I lost my favorite pencil case. Where could it have gone? I really love the muted glow of the brass. Confirmation? I said it could have been either. Is this a teacher's? Kashima offered to get me a new one. It was a nice thought, but an inappropriate one. It seems I've gotten way too close to her. I need to tread carefully. There you go, then. We could have a situation here where the teacher is a good guy after all, but a dumbass. Kind of like in last season's anime, what was it, Cultural Exchange with Game Center Girls? Where little kid is alone and just needs more friends her age, and imprints upon the Game Center guy who was nice and plays games. Does reject her in the first episode, but is too nice of a guy to be firm and set boundaries. I think that's what the teacher got's going on here. Where he was too nice to his student, allowed her to get too close, imprint too much on him. Sure, you can draw next to me in the quiet, abandoned building's art room. Here you go. A present for you, and now a present for me, and now this is too much. What he should have done, if he really wanted to support this student. Her mom's single. That'd be an easy way to nip it in the bud. Turn turn favorite student who has a favorite teacher with a single mom into no longer having a single mom and more direct support of her passions, because now mom's no longer having to work as hard to make ends meet. He could send her to hairdressing school, or however the system works in Japan. Kashima asked me to draw 3 of her favorite flowers: hydrangeas, bellflowers, and cosmos. At her behest, I drew some rough sketches of the flowers. She should understand my feelings toward her after seeing which flower I drew first. We gotta learn the language of flowers now. I use flower language to convey my feelings, quite the romantic. Florography for hydrangeas, bellflowers, and cosmos. Do you think Ritsu Sakamoto might know? Book about florography? Oh, the library? There was one library book that was covered in mold that we have to get some methanol apparently to clear up. And now the smashed pelvis statue.
ここ
Hugging the statue. Do they use the word hugging in the original Japanese? Because hugging is a pun, isn't it? Isn't hugging kind of an innuendo that works 2 ways? It could be hugging, or it could be hugging. I've seen discussions about that in a few contexts here or there. Some people act like it's a special heightened Japanese pun that you have to be really hip into the language to understand. That special, unique double meaning. But we have the same thing with embrace in English. An embrace could simply be a hug, or they were caught in a passionate embrace could mean they were fucking! So it's kind of the same as how we use it. Tooth. Tooth. Something that doesn't look like the rest of the statue fragments. The final tooth! That's it. That's it. That's 8 out of 8 for the chapter. All we gotta do is actually exercise the ghost now. Exercise the ghost. Oh man. And do the final step correctly. There's a final step after you exercise the ghost if Hanako is any indicator, if that's a pattern for the rest of the game. New page added for Sho, Eita, and Ritsu. You get more details on people after you get all the collectible too. All pages unlocked. Age 19. Occupation 5th year. 5th year? They have 5 years in high school? Hobbies: riding motorbike. Favorite item: red hand grip. Lines: yay, K, fuck, and hey old man. Likes motorbikes and baseball. Hates spirits and teachers. All pages unlocked for Ritz. If Ritz has already got all pages unlocked, then she's very likely not going to be a ghost either. If she was the departed, wouldn't that be a good person to hide as? Someone who doesn't believe in the supernatural, and is being very cagey about helping us out unless we twist her arm. 38. Konohara Academy teacher. Likes visiting petting zoos. Favorite item is rabbit accessories. Maybe that's why she's so cagey about the fact that she's got a rabbit necklace and a rabbit watch. She simply wants to maintain the visage of being the hard-ass teacher and curriculum coordinator. She's got to be the boss, right? I can't blame her. It's like, I forget the exact time period. Late 90s, early 2000s, basically turn of millennium. Turn of the millennium, she's a teacher of authority in a prestigious Japanese academy. She's got to look out for herself, right? Otherwise they're going to walk all over her, I get it. But maybe she sees a fondness for animals as a kind of childish weakness. She doesn't want people to go from, instead of calling her Sakamoto-sensei, they call her Ritsu-chan. She doesn't want that. She wants to be a professional that she is, treated with the respect she's owed. Right, Eita was the other one. He's only got 2 pages though. 33, birthday on Valentine's Day, hobbies surfing the internet, favorite item bandana. His most famous lines, he, hey, and yeah, okay. Okay, but now that we got more information, we got more stuff here, let's return to the library real quick. Library, the infirmary. We gotta go to the library and study the language of flowers. First, lost soul status? 0 lost souls left in this chapter. We're acing it. We'll get the weakest enhancement last. Only gives an extra +1 to my favorite bags. Rate success chance. +1 has become +2, and +2 has now become +3 rate. Does Eita, back at home, have anything new to talk about? We could ask about the teacher. Will we ask about the teacher? Maybe if we asked about Rei Kashima, we could ask about the teacher she was attracted to. All she could find. So nothing else here. Let me get the save in. Since we got 8 for 8, we'll go ahead and make the save over here now. We'll keep it on save 3. We'll maintain the pattern, even if we get all the teeth for the chapter. Opening, middle, and current. Okay, now it has been a couple of hours. We're gonna pause it in the infirmary for a bit, where it has a nice, soft jazz music going on. Cats have already been fed for the 11 o'clock hour. I gotta get myself some more tea, stretch my legs for a bit, and then we'll finish this Kashima case. Alright, got my tea. So Guinea is back. Old building is a dangerous place. Well, lucky for her, we've only got to go to the library now. Hello, Onyx. What you doing here? Onyx, careful. Those buttons do stuff, remember, baby? Where are you trying to go, Onyx? Which place are you trying to go to? Are you trying to go across over here? You trying to go from... Onyx, you have water. I even filled up your water just last night. No matter how old this guy gets, his favorite water is my water. Is the reference material going to be this mold-covered book? Encyclopedias of pictorials. Oh, there could be. I count floriography among the reference material. Plants. Oh, there you go then, because it's a plants shelf. Bingo. Hydrangeas, blue flowers that bloom from early to mid-summer. In floriography, it is used to indicate frigidity, regret, and capriciousness. Every time the sketchbook is described, it's hydrangeas, bellflowers, cosmos. So maybe hydrangeas were drawn first, and so that is his feeling. He wants to be colder and more professionally distant, and he has regrets about his student getting too attached. Bellflowers, bluish purple, bloom from summer to autumn. Floriography of the bellflower is unwavering love. Where you going, Onyx? You sneaking through the tangled jungle that is my computer cables? You sitting next to the skeleton man now? Cosmos. Before modern-day cultivars became predominant, cosmos were short-day plants, so the white, peach, and red flowers bloomed in autumn. It is used to represent harmony and the pure heart of a maiden. Unwavering love better be right out. Harmony and pure heart of a maiden. What is that supposed to mean? I want us to be friends, you are too pure, or I am in harmonious agreement with the pure love of this maiden. I'm hoping it was hydrangeas drawn first. It sounds from his journal that he does regret allowing the student to get closer than he intended. Onyx, let me take your picture. You're actually looking very cute, peeking right behind the skeleton. Onyx. Oh, perfect, Onyx, perfect. Been a solid job, got information about Kashima. Might benefit from organizing our thoughts before continuing. Super regret not boning your pure maiden loveliness right on the cold teacher's desk. I was worried it might have gone that direction with her. It was ambiguous whether the teacher had reciprocated or how many students he'd reciprocated with. These games have no fear of getting dark. In fact, the very first ghost of the very first game was a young boy who was similarly very mistreated by his own teaching staff. Enough so to become a vengeful ghost. So they haven't shied away from it before, but I'm glad they have this time. Infirmary. This could be all we need. We don't have the whole truth, though. There's still the mystery of what exactly happened with the 3 co-conspirators who were working against Kashima. And how exactly she died. I'm sure that's going to factor in to how we purify her terminally. Rei Kashima and her teacher's love affair, which thankfully seems to have only been one-sided. Lining up with the teacher, love letter we found, and then her friends find it, the love letter. In the language of scissors, receiving a hairdresser's scissor as a present means we have to make 10 babies. Clue to the teacher's identity. S.H. Mr. Hirose. S could be the same name as one of his students, but I doubt it. What leads us to the teacher's name, love letter, and SH's note? If you gave me those 2 items, I'd have no idea. Really? Kashima only wrote... She listed his name. She put the name Hirose right there. Familiar with the character in stories about Tomie by Junji Ito? Too familiar. As far as horror stories go, that one depresses me. You just can't kill the girl, even if you burn her alive. She simply becomes Tomie particles and get into your lungs and transform you into a new Tomie or eat you apart from the inside. It's a wonder the world hasn't become full Tomie by this point. His name is in the letter! It helps that they hate each other, want to make sure every one of them, everyone but them, is destroyed. That kind of makes it sound like very cancerous growth on a population level. So this is less identifying the teacher and more confirming the pencil case belongs to him. Sosuke Hirose is engraved on the case. Hold on. Is it? Because I don't actually have access to the pencil case. We got the sketch pad, we got the blue pencil and the brown pencil, we have his notebook. We do have the case with us, but it's not part of our item, so we can't exactly confirm with that. But his name is listed in the love letter, is the thing. Right there, Mr. Hirose. Maybe this is something that got lost in translation quite literally. Like maybe with the description some items got or didn't get. An oversight perhaps, because one, we don't have access to the case to verify. Now, is he still the art teacher? This incident was only 5 years ago. And if there's one thing we learned about this school, is that they love cover-ups. He didn't strike me as, so Diamond knows the teacher. No, he didn't. At first, he was like, actually, yeah, sure, you can hang out with me alone in the art room, in the abandoned building, and draw with me. It's only after she gave him a present in kind that he maintained his distance as a teacher. Up until then, it's like, yeah, sure, let's hang out alone in the abandoned building. Yeah, sure. Since you told me about your dreams, I'll give you some very nice scissors as a present. And swear to support you. Clinging to her love in the afterlife. We have to do the hard thing. To purify her, we have to teach her that that love wasn't there. The fact that she died during the school year. Very clearly, she faced a violent death. Prematurely. And that's going to spawn more grudges than if she simply passed on. She had 3 classmates who conspired against her. She died prematurely. And then Gold Prize Manabe had won an art contest after her passing. Which part of the rumor points us towards Slit-Mouth Kashima's target? The place she haunts, how she kills people, her words. I would think that, the note we got saying she's going to target Gold Prize is the rumor that points us towards her target. Are you Cameo Shinji Manabe? You Cameo Shinji Manabe. She's killed 2 so far. 1 outside, 1 in the gym. Also, it is getting chilly. I've already got a sweater on, but this calls for... electronics over there. Chilly, 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 chilly. Kamio Shinji dead, yes, and Manabe remains alive. One classmate managed to escape their fate. Moe wasn't there. Moe didn't see the psychic vision we saw. Sound of a shutter. Maybe this is how it worked. Maybe they wanted to torment Kashima by having Manabe, who loved the teacher also, partially strip, seduce the teacher, and whether the teacher reciprocates or not, they would have a picture of Manabe, tits out, clinging to the teacher, and they could show Kashima, be like, "See, you idiot? The teacher belongs to Manabe, give up already." And maybe they didn't kill her directly, and maybe this drove Kashima into a deep place to see the teacher she desired so strongly that she was already thinking of marriage and kids. That shock could have drove her in the path of a train, and that's why she merges with the Teke Teke story and becomes Kashima, as well as a slit-faced woman. We could ask. Diamond's right here. It seems he knows the teacher. Miss Sakamoto might know something. She was working here when it happened. But Diamond also knows the teacher. Does he not have any hot goss for me? Any chance that Eita might have some more information he can Google? Pre-Google, actually. I remember Google becoming more prominent as I was a teenager. So what's he gonna do if this is turn of the millennium? Is he gonna ask Jeeves? He's gonna ask Jeeves or search Yahoo? Oh, there's nothing else you could ask him about? We can't ask him about the teacher? Then let's go ask Ritsu. It's a good thing she is working so late into the night this time. She's got the sweaty face. See, this is what happens when she discounts ghosts. She refuses to believe in the spiritual world, and so she denies herself access to psychic visions. why she's hiding the truth. Everyone has a super vested interest in maintaining the prestige and appearance of this preparatory school. Even if students start trying to seduce teachers, even if several students go missing within a week, it may affect the school's reputation. A picture posted on the school's bulletin board. But there would have been a picture of Manabe. So Manabe was willing to go tits out in a public picture just to drive Kashima away from the teacher. Or is this a third party that took the picture then? Because this was a plot that she conspired with her friends with, so I can't imagine that there's a hitherto unknown third party. Megumi Manabe, who went on to remain in the school and win the gold prize for art. Claim Mr. Hirose seduced her first. You know, this is 2 for 2 then with this teacher and inappropriate relationships with students. First, he made the mistake of not putting professional boundaries with Kashima. And then when this happens, he didn't talk to anybody else in the faculty. He didn't report this incident. Or, like I said, drag her to the office to talk with her, with the other faculty. I think this teacher requires so much professional training. Even though he very clearly, we can now tell, has no interest in a student romantically, thank goodness. He doesn't know how to put up these boundaries. He doesn't know how to respond appropriately when incidents like this happens, even if just to cover his own ass, right? Like he didn't even think to report this to the headmaster or anything. Mr. Hirose being dismissed in disgrace. He gave up drawing. He turned to the drink. Did he crash the car at the Cora Cora shop? No. Plunged into the ocean and he died. I would say, what if it wasn't suicide? What if it wasn't just drunk driving? What if my chair didn't sink so often? I was going to think, what if he was killed in revenge for having broken Kashima's heart? But then Manabe shouldn't still be alive either then. If Hirose could be killed on the road, why not Manabe? Why wait for now? So, I think that his death is unrelated. Committed suicide after Hirose died. Tore open her stomach. Damn. Damn. Nearly bisected herself with scissors. That is intense. Not only does she have to rip her flesh apart, but all the everything in between. With a pair of scissors. With a pair of hairdresser scissors. It'd be so much easier to imagine that she threw herself in front of the train. And that's why we got the merged urban legends of the Kashima and the slit-faced woman as one. But no, she straight up nearly cut her own body in half with nothing more than scissors and teenage grief. Imagine if Kyubey got to her first. Imagine how much anguished teenage girl energy they could use to push back against, the entropy of the universe, if the Kyubey creature from Madoka got to Kashima before her own anguish turned her into a ghost. As a testament of her love for him. Man, I said it earlier, that wasn't love, that was obsession. All the loves and losses I've had, you don't see me cutting my stomach open with scissors until practically just the spine remains attached. Put the scissors in her coffin and cremated them with her. Learned from Cameo, who has since also died. Oh my goodness. Ritsu, it's your fault. The rumors say that if you get off the bus halfway to the tower, which is to say if you get off at the cemetery, then Kashima will become aware of you and even follow you back to wherever you came from. Article A. Keiko. Cameo. Went to the cemetery to visit Kashima's grave to pay respect. And then, on her way back from the cemetery, she gets killed in front of the gate to the school. That was your fault, Ritsu. You told her to go to the cemetery to pay respects. With her friend. Miho Shinji, who also ended up dead at the gym. Manabe never went to the cemetery, and that's why she was spared. We really should. Like, damn. All the stuff that goes on at the school. I feel like the parents and the community would be more at ease to know that when things happen, they take proper disciplinary and security steps to alleviate, mitigate, and prevent future incidences, rather than, funny how kids just keep going missing. Funny how kids keep committing suicide. I guess that's just the statistics. The late Mr. Hirose. Childishness could be why he thought nothing of, yeah, sure, teenage girl student, you could totally hang out with me in the abandoned building's art room all alone together to draw together. As long as nothing overt is happening, this is totally within appropriate student-teacher boundaries. Buzz Buzz. Oh, so we can't bring Diamond for this half of the mission? Nakamatsu's calling? Is this going to be... Hold on. Is Diamond going to be the scapegoat if we don't do this right, and he's being pulled away before the final confrontation even occurs? No, something else. Massive news? What is it, Eita? Just around the block. Megami Manabe is one of my neighbors in H City right now. Got off the bus in front of S Cemetery this evening, you fool. Now she is going to die. Screamed and ran into the road and got hit by the hospital. We finally get to do something with the hospital. Didn't I say that a hospital is a primo location for a haunting like this? The hospital's not too far away from the cemetery either, grimly enough. We're gonna have a hospital confrontation with the Scissor Woman. It's gotta be the K-City Hospital that's right next to the cemetery. I feel like... Part of me feels like bringing Diamond with me has to be the better option because he's a doctor. Bring the doctor to the hospital. Even if he doesn't grant us special access, it feels better. But the question is going to become, who is going to be more important for the final confrontation? We have stats involved, and it's basically a choice between maximum dexterity and intelligence, or maximum strength. And Diamond's dexterity has already been of use for a previous haunting this chapter. We haven't had to use Sho's strength outside of move this cabinet. So it could be, if they're keeping them equal, that there's going to be a a part of the confrontation coming up where we have to use strength. But it's typically what to do with an item. And softly drawn. That means they were sketched on first. We don't need the brown pencil to continue the softness. We need to use a blue pencil for strong, solid lines to finish the drawing. We need to use a blue pencil with the hydrangeas to denote coldness and regret. And we don't need Sho's strength for that. We're gonna need dexterity, because dexterity here involves more manual manipulation. So I think if we need an artist, Sho is the closest, not Sho, Diamond is the closest thing we have to it. So keep Diamond with us. Yeah, because she saw a cockroach. That's entirely it. She got face to face with Gokicha. No shit, it was a ghost! We should have everything we need to finish this case now. Visiting hours ended a long time ago. We bring the doctor with us to give us special permission, or we bring the 5th year high school student to brawl our way through. Diamond's already giving us special permission, so we technically don't need to bring him then. Konoe's younger brother, the director at K Hospital. A pass if we ask Mr. Konoe. We brought the bus show, so we gotta take the bus too. Technically we do. We don't just have a mansion. We gotta pay for the upkeep too. So I'm sure Kujo's rich still. Main gate, once you're all ready, called a taxi. Let's get the save then. We've already got all the souls. That's the important thing. We got all the lost souls and bought all the special sacred artifacts. And we should be at the stage of our investigation where we've found everything there is to find and have everything there is that we need. So, to the main gate. What's Diamond's? What is it? What's his idle animation? We've seen eyes, we've seen shows. We didn't see Konoe's. Dance for me, Diamond! We've seen ours. But we have to see this guy's. He hasn't shown us what he does yet. There. Let's get him moving. The old doctor just takes a break from standing up by bending over for a second. So we've seen everybody's idle animation so far, except for the headmaster. Let's just check the bench real quick. We've already got all the souls, and there's nothing else to do, but I got the compulsion to look at everything else first too. Konoe should be happy. For once, the victim isn't one of his students. Oh, you know what? This is gonna be so good for morale, too. Because for the past 2 incidences, every time a note came out, somebody died. Izumi's friend, Izumi, then Naomi. 3 notes, and 3 disappearances. This will be the first time that a note goes out and it's not one of the students. So maybe this will make them feel more at ease. Maybe they'll realize that nobody's gone missing after the issuing of the note, and then the rumors will start to fade. That smug smirk. He's happy to learn this isn't one of his students this time. We don't get to explore around the hospital, we just see the art. We also didn't get to see the bus all bloodied up. I was kind of expecting that. They gave us the interior of the bus shot a few times, and we didn't get to see like bloody handprints all over it as a scissor woman chases after us. Oh, that looks like she's already in there. I bet Igdisis would enjoy this. The man always enjoys a good scissor woman. Two silhouettes. Surely the one in the back is just the, it's the hospital equipment on a stand, surely. We're 2 for 2 for the victim dying on us. Are we going to break the mold, or is Manabe going to die here too? In all fairness to Manabe, she didn't directly participate in the death of the person who became the ghost this time. Izumi and his friend had both directly pushed Hanako to suicide. And Naomi was blackmailed to keep away, could have helped but didn't. She's been haunting her for 5 years, telling her to come. What if we should have gone to the cemetery and picked up one of the scissors? Because we don't have scissors, do we? We just have information and the sketch pad and pencils, the notebook, love letter to the teacher. We could use the notebook to prove that he didn't have any affection for her. He wanted to push her a little bit more apart. We need to tread carefully. And the sketch pad with the hydrangeas we could finish with a thicker blue pencil. Legs as stiff as iron bars, and he turns down, and his legs have become scissors. I'm thinking maybe if he brought Sho, his strength could have forced him through, but he hates ghosts even worse than we do, so he'd be worse off. Give his scissors back to me. She took the scissors from the grave. She's brought the tool here for us. No? Bought the same scissors for you. She was going to give her an apology present. And then it turns out that she purifies the ghost herself, but there's nothing we have to do. Dead. Three for 3 for not being able to save the people we came after. And like every other haunting, the corpse is gonna disappear, the bloodstains are gonna disappear. As far as the mortal world knows, a couple of strangers were given special permission by the director to visit this patient. And then after they visited her, she vanished. This is more suspicion on us. Every time we get involved, people vanish. She's fine. We see a few splatters, but that's not all the blood in her body, right? Let's see the body. Let's see the body. Could I check every place else but the other side of the curtain? No, there's nothing else to do with press. Consult? He's got nothing to say either. It could be mold. Red has been mold before in this game. The sharp smell of blood. The sharp smell specifically. Oh, that's not so bad. I knew that scissors are gonna erupt from her because that's how she kills. But this is fairly modest. When she killed Cameo, Cameo was like sprouted all over so much that she was described as a hedgehog. And Cameo was cut so much that even her stomach was practically cut in half. I'd call this a moderate amount of scissors. I think that that Kashima probably lost some of her enthusiasm for scissor grotesquerie 5 years later. She's doing this out of obligation. Her heart's not in it. Well, we're just assuming that. He's being super judgmental about her death here. He's really just going down, but she was a bitch. I don't think Daimon has to worry. Every single time a ghost kills, a corpse vanishes. We are the worst paranormal investigators, man. We only end up purifying these ghosts after they've already fed. It's a good thing the school is paying us and not these individual clients. Blood's gone. Corpse is gonna be gone too. No corpse. Prinsu, this is your third time with this particular haunting. Box? Box for the scissors. Yeah? A small box to the pillow. Tsubame scissors. So, who else has been putting scissors on the grave then? Because when we visited the grave, there were many scissor boxes. Could just say the patient ran away. Then let's ask around for witnesses. Let's review the camera footage. Eyewitness testimonies and the security cameras will all confirm. She went into that room. We came in after special permission. We came out, she was gone. This is super, super shady. The hospital will be held accountable, but will manage. I don't know about the help us save lives thing. These ghosts have only actually killed the people that they've had grudges against. Everybody else is fine. And we haven't even saved people who are the targets of the grudges. The ghosts are going to get the revenge, real or imagined. So as long as they're not involved in the bullying or whatever else, then you're a general population and you're safe. Nobody else has died who has not been involved. No, he don't. He don't protect the school and his students. He protects their reputation by covering up events that happen against his students. In 20 years' time, true crime podcasters are going to be talking about this event, making notice of the connections the director has with his brother, who's also the headmaster of a school where students had gone disappeared shortly after he took over as headmaster. Erika, Miho, and Megumi have been added to the character files. Third-year student 5 years ago, cheerful mood maker, scolded for recklessness, supported Manabe's scheme. Miho Shinji, quiet, passive, simply followed along. Became a wandering spirit after being killed. Megumi is now dead, smitten by her teacher and trapped in with two friends, leading to his dismissal and death. It says 1,000 scissors piercing her body. That was more like a dozen, if that. Maybe 2 dozen. So we gotta go back to the grave, right? She's gotten her revenge on her 3 classmates, but she's still a ghost. No, ghosts have rules, don't they? She could visit her friends, but she can't touch them unless they get the mark. But a plot. There's still the whole departed thing tying all this together. We have 2 mysterious spirits, though, not just the departed, but the broken doll spirit, too. Go back to school, reorganize for the next investigation. Are we not going to take what we've learned to confront Kashima at her grave? That's what I'm thinking. Abe. I've been calling him Team Rocket James. We have the name What's he doing here? Maybe Abe is the departed. Mr. wears a blue-colored contact in his left eye to be extra Chunibyo and pretend he has heterochromia. I think Abe here is rising to the top of my Who's the Departed candidates list. Haruaki Abe? My given name references. Did he name himself this? Is he extra Chunibyo? And named himself after an old onmyoji? Uses a different kanji. Maybe he didn't give himself the name. Maybe his parents did, and then he realized, holy shit, this is actually a really cool backstory. They named me wrong, it's the wrong kanji, but I can still use this. Borrowed the yearbook. Sure, Abe, sure. The biggest sus is on him now. I think that perhaps when he disguises himself as a human, that gives him the means to research which ghosts to invigorate, to turn into a tool next. Does that mean there's no chance of escape for tonight and we do have to confront her? Throws a mysterious sign before he leaves. He really did do the Chunibyo thing then. But it's like 2001 or something in that ballpark, and so Kujo doesn't recognize it yet. Haruaki Abe added to the character file. Entry incomplete. Now he talks Chunibyo even. He's being all dramatic about it. Claims his left eye can see spiritual phenomena. Always carries a talisman. Knowledgeable about the occult. Very interested in the departed. We can't return to the infirmary yet. Are we gonna get the sh on the bus ride back? We can't go to the cemetery, so she's gonna follow us. We get to see the bus interior again. Are we gonna get bloody handprints on the windows? This guy's no Tatewaki Kuno, but then who is? I don't think I know that one with her. Tatewaki Kuno. The Kuno that comes to mind to me is the Disco Elysium Kuno. Pink shit Kuno. Tatewaki. Ranma 1/2. Ah. For some reason, even though I had friends who were into Ranma back when I was a teenager, I never got into it. Even with the, what was it? Reboot, revival, how do you want to describe it, series that came out last year, I think? Was it last year or early this year? Gonna pass the Yes Cemetery soon. The reboot is good. I'll believe it. I gave it an episode, 2 episodes. I could tell the quality was there, but because I never had the old association keeping up with Ranma before, it always felt like other people things. And so I kind of just drifted off and kept up with my things. Next target is you. Maybe I should give it a proper try then. Like, I could tell it was good, I could tell it was quality. That cemetery is coming. Oh, there she is! You can see her out the window! With her squelchy noises. No, that's some other tall, hunched woman in the night by the cemetery. The bus drives past. Even Diamond heard it, it's not just in my head. Passing the M shop, the closed M shop. And she's still there, she's keeping up with us, teleporting from bus stop to bus stop. Oh, she knows those friends are dead. She just recognizes us as those friends' friend then. There's no way that regular high school student Dabe would know all of this, right? I could understand him reading Oop Arts magazine and thus knowing who the spirit doctor is. I could understand him knowing about the same rumors that plague everyone else at school. But he knows too much. I think he is speaking from authority as being a spirit himself. He is the departed. Get off the bus and fight her. Escape into the school. Don't get off the bus. Now, these are options. I think I might get a proper game over here then, if I choose the wrong one. I feel like it has to be at the school. We are going to have to fight her. We're in front of the M-Town shop right now. Oh man, I don't know which one's better. I think we have to go into the school. There's enough locations that were important to the ghost at school. And there isn't really anything at the M-Town shop. And if we don't get off the bus is gonna stop eventually. We'll have to get off eventually. Let's go to the school. Haposiao Musabetsu Kakuto Ryu. Now that sounds enigmatic. Is that someone's full name? giving me hints of things that dig into the brain and say that I have to find the context and should watch myself.
次はこの江原学園この江原学園でございます。
There's a school coming up. Original style of anything goes martial arts. Following behind, scissor noises. This panting noise. You'd think we might have gotten different panting noises depending on who we brought with us. Our partner choice is young man or old man, so maybe they just kept one sound effect for panting men to accommodate both. Losing is not allowed. Anything you do to win is fair within the style. Sounds like something that would fit in pretty both the Yakuza games. I don't think she's given up. It's the middle of the night. There's still time to go to the daylight. So the spirit is at max power right now. And we're basically in her den. Hey, Hordian. Hell-o. Appropriate given the game we're playing, Hordian. Hell-o to you too. Students founded Sao Tome Anything Goes Martial Arts and the Tendo School of Indiscriminate Grappling. The last one sounds like something that modern army combatives can make use of. It does like both the technique of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu grappling, but also the pragmatism of do whatever you need to break out and kick a guy. So see, this is the right answer. We could have confronted her right there and then, but this way, we specifically have time to come up with a way to appease her resentment, save her soul. Only my beloved teacher can save my soul. Well, thank you, Ghost, for whispering it into my ear. Be my teacher at the place full of our memories. That's going to be the old building art room, or the old building art storage room. Only my beloved... You know, it does help that Kujo here has been described as being similar to Hirose. Ritsu says in terms of being a teacher that doesn't really fit in with the strict etiquette of the school. And Michiho says that he kind of resembles our build, but he's not as cute as us. Who was my beloved teacher? Oh, it's gotta be beginning. No, it's Hirose Sasuke. Oh, 400 volumes! What does he mean by be the teacher? Pretend to be Hirose. Scream, I'm a teacher, give a lesson? Nah, pretend to be him. It's a good thing that I am not the spirit detective here, because I definitely don't resemble Hiroshi's light build. Place of Memories, the old building's art room. So far, I feel like as far as Be Warned, the lost souls are only available up to a certain point, then you might miss out on them, is probably up to the point where it's like, are you sure you want to continue? We won't be able to come back, kind of thing. And so up until that point, I probably have free reign to find them all. Nothing wrong with reading slowly, Hordian. Especially when it comes to visual mediums, artistic visual mediums. I like to take my time, pace myself, taking in some of the scenery and whatnot. Like, webtoons are like that, especially webtoons that put a little bit of animation to things, put a bit of musical backing to their comics. It would take me like a week to read through a story that has lots of previous episodes, previous chapters, and then I'll show a friend of mine because I think they might like it. I'll be like, sorry, Guinea, I'm autistic and I read the entire thing in a single night. You read the entire thing in a single night! I read the entire thing in a single night. I'm autistic. What do you want me to do? I started, I ended it. It's like, but what about letting the animation play out? What about reading to the pace of the music? Sorry, I just read the whole thing in a single night. So, you know, I kind of get you with the reading slow thing. Absorbing the experience as it comes in. That one really surprised me in that specific example, because that was Room of Swords. Room of Swords had a lot of animation to the story, especially early on. And I've read some old webcomics back in the day that used to have some animation per episode. I forget which one it was, one of those pixely arty ones, but a unique one. And it was kind of like that, where you don't really know exactly when the animation's going to end. So you look at the panel, and you wait for the point where very obviously it's looping, you kind of take your time with it. He's gotta break the girl's heart. Maybe that is a way to clear the grudge, because she thinks that she lost her teacher because of her friend stealing him away from her. Because there's a dirty photo, there's half-naked friend clinging to her teacher. Clearly, the harpy has seduced him away. When in truth, we have physical evidence that suggests the teacher wanted to let them down. Wanted to put that distance. If she learns that, sure, it sucks, her heart's gotta be broken, but he wasn't stolen away, that could be the better thing. You stop watching anime, the friends were all in Shippuden, you didn't have the context to engage. Man, when it comes to like 10,000 episode, 500 different volumes of 8 billion books and chapters, I just don't keep up with those, I really can't. Naruto should have been like a My Generation thing. Naruto was when I was still in high school, and One Piece very shortly afterwards, continuing into the new generation. But, you know, you give me this story is likely to never end, and I'm probably not going to read it, especially when I was a depressed, moody teenager. Depressed, moody teenager didn't want to get involved with a story where, if I die, is this story going to continue without me, and I'll never know how it ends, you know? For moody, depressed teenage me, that was more a knife in the heart. Pretended to be a teacher in the first case. Did we? Did we? Oh, we was talking about back in the other game, in the first game. Our first case together. It's fate. It means Kujo's gotta be a teacher when this whole ghost investigation thing doesn't pan out. Prepare ourselves. We can return to the infirmary now. Let's make another save just in case. Sho is gonna hook up with Watanabe, the brusque delinquent kid who was super freaked out by spirits, and the occult master who loves spirits. Diamond's phone to call if you're in trouble. That could be important. We'll put it on save 4. Final stage! Opening, middle, and final. I'm hoping that I now have everything that I need. It could be that something new shows up in the new art room. Minor psychic damage between level up and equipment. We took 3 damage with maximal improved HP. Ooh, darling. My dear husband, Kashima's resentment killed gold prize. She likes giving nicknames to people. She's a nicknamer. Her next target is you. She is coming. Should you survive, you'll become my real husband. She promised that last time too, so we're still not married to her. Are these spirits we keep feeding her the dowry? Or would it be bride price? The bride price. And if I give her a good enough feast, then by the end of the game, we'll be husband and wife. Coming from the new building. Let your bride eat the soul of Kashima, who has been completely saved. We haven't done that yet. Should her soul taste awful, I shall eat the scapegoat's soul instead. And that scapegoat is the doctor, the delinquent. Don't you dare say the UpArt student editor. Delinquent. Now, I'm worried here because she's giving us this speech before we confronted the ghost. Last time she gave us this speech after we confronted the ghost. I was going to go to the old building, art room. Should I have gone to the new building art room first instead? This is why we got the save. Run to the old building. Speaking of ghosts, what you got, Hordian? Have I ever watched XXX-holic? I have not, sadly. There's a lot of popular anime from the bygone era that I have not seen. Heck, I never even watched Tokyo Ghoul until my boyfriend and I started dating. And I gave it like 1 full season, half the second, got bored and stopped. Clamp, that's the That's a circle of basically, what was it, middle-aged lady friends who wrote a whole lot of stuff together, right? Yeah, Cardcaptor Sakura and stuff. I've always thought that was pretty cool. Like Golden Girls, but they spend their time making hit manga. Should we fail to redeem Kashima's soul, Sho will be killed. We managed to save Ai first time go. Even if we called Sho on Diamond's phone and said, hey, get out of there, I was lured away and captured, psychically even. To the art room. Can no longer hear the footsteps. No, she's a ghost. She can follow us, but she doesn't have to do it by her own 2 feet. Well, she hasn't got feet, by her own 2 scissors. Confrontation with Kashima added to the spirit file. 3 people connected to Kashima were all killed. And now she's persistently after us, thinking we're friends of the 3. Calm her rage. Prove we're not their friends. Need more info on Kashima's background, anything to do with scissors. If I pretend to be Hirose, how could I be the Hirose that Kashima desires? Come up with a plan to be a convincing Hirose and put her soul to rest. Treasured scissors also play an important role here. Easel.
これは
Felt the happiest when he was drawing something here. Kashima felt the happiest when she was watching him draw. We've seen her once already, let's go see Scissor Legs again. Come to think of it, this is twice now that the red doll girl shows up in the room where the confrontation is going to be. We first saw the doll playing piano in the music room, and that's where the confrontation with Hanako was. And then we saw her here by the easel. She's giving us hints. Doll girl is giving us hints. Not just the psychic visions that show what happened or what will happen. She's basically foreshadowing where the boss fight is going to be too. The boss fight and what are the tools we'll need for the boss fight. She's a ghost. She doesn't have to walk, she doesn't have to climb. Or she does, she's actually taking the window in. I thought she was just gonna manifest. Even her stomach is a mouth of scissor teeth. That's actually pretty cool. I didn't notice that detail the first time, but she kept her distance the first time. There it goes, my arm sprouting scissors again. Inescapable 5 total damage before the fight even begins. Diamond wasn't here when our arm was sprouting scissors the first time. You know how these work is that they start off in the distance and pretty freaky looking, and then when they get super close up on your face for the final part of the fight, some layer gets removed and we see how truly gnarly they are. At the final leg, she's gonna be right up on us, the mask is gonna come off and we're gonna see the slit face Kashima. Start sketching then! Sketch at the easel to put her at ease. Ease at the easel. Vict 1. Show her that we're not friends with them, she'll stop being hostile towards us. Empathize with Kashima, make her think we're with her. Scissors or the sketch pad. Praise the sketch. $95% if we both. Look at that. Zero cost. We have enough cost reduction that some costs are absolutely free. Show, with his massive strength, could show the sketches with 99% success, but that doesn't mean it might be the right answer. Cut shows hair. Cut Perinsu's hair. We could cut hair. Hold on. Show scissors, present scissors. Show scissors, present scissors. Team up with Diamond. Cutting, we could cut each other's hair. We do know that her art is okay. She's not the most technical artist, but she shows passion. But she really wants to be a hairdresser, just like her mom was. If we start off by cutting each other's hair, that could show that we aren't art students. And if we aren't art students, then we're not friends of the 3 people she killed prior. But I gotta pretend to be her teacher as a thing. So if Diamond cuts my hair, then that shows that we're not associated with the art kids. Well, I could still maintain my cover as her teacher. Show sketch. Praise the sketch. I think I'm gonna try having Diamond cut my hair. We have a lot of HP to experiment with.
やってみるか。承知した。
1% chance failure. 1% chance failure. Ah, success. Hirose Diamond. I'm trying to be her teacher. Call me Hirose. Correct choice? Correct choice? We're not art students? To say an XCOM? Ugh. I could be traumatized by it. The reboot XCOM is such bullshit, man. Like, even, like, I could understand that if you try to save scum it, you save reload, There's no such thing as a pure RNG in computers, so you basically do like seeds or whatever, right? So if you save mid-mission, if you save right before doing an action and you reload, you're gonna get the same ones. Even if you don't do that, even if you go into a mission completely blind, you could tell exactly when the 95% chance to hit becomes a 5% to miss. You could predict it It's as bullshit as digital Hanahura, when you could tell exactly when the AI is going to get the curtain plus the cup plus the moon. Classic XCOM was pure probability. Classic XCOM was fair, man. If it turns out that Terror from the Deep is more fair than Reboot XCOM, you know something's wrong. Terror from the Deep held its throne as the most bullshit, unfair, difficult XCOM, but it's actually fair. The reason Terror from the Deep is actually fair is because the probability is honest, because it gives you tough situations, and you have the choice to be strategic or tactical as much as you want. If shit sucks, then hit the bricks, as Punchy would say. So I was able to get my shit kicked in Terror from the Deep, turtle up, do shows of force where I just fly in, open the door, take one step out, one step in, fly away. And you can't do that in Reboot XCOM. So not only do you have bullshit probability, which they claim that the probability is most accurate to its appearance on the higher difficulty, and that at lower difficulties it actually helps the players out a bit more. I'm sure that might be programmatically what they do, but in practice it really isn't. Rose-tinted glasses, Hordy and I played them both. That's the thing. That wasn't even like a childhood nostalgia thing. I played Terror from the Deep in, like, what was it? 2022? Winter of 2022, I think? And then XCOM the year after. So I had direct comparison. Direct comparison, year after year, Hordian. I think I had the order wrong. I think it was we played XCOM 1. Yeah, I think that's it, wasn't it? We played Reboot XCOM 1. And then Terror from the Deep was the same month that we were playing Elder Kings 2 release. And then XCOM 2 after that. So I got to directly compare the classic Terror from the Deep with the bullshittery of the Reboot series. Deviated from the path of win, languishing in the bogs of fail. I'll grant it this. At the end of that bog for fail is the light. That bog of fail is full of stepping stones. Reboot XCOM, as shitty as it is, eventually leads to Chimera Squad. And Chimera Squad was the best thing to come out of it. This was the right choice. Her face is looking... Oh, look at that. Not only is her face elongated, but you can see the points of scissors coming out of her mask, too. My opinion's bad and No, not with her. If it turns out that the entire world hates Chimera Squad, I will be the one guy who still loves it. Nothing could dislodge me from Chimera Squad. Who am I? Time to play teacher. Did I ever Zedonauts? I have not Zedonauted. I have not Zedonauted. I have not Phoenix Pointed. But I have thought about it. There's a Zedonauts 1 and 2 now, right? I've looked into them briefly, because I am curious. Ooh, her midsection isn't even connected. Come on, Kashima, you wouldn't rip your teacher apart. I'm sure it was a hallucination for Manabe 2. I ran with scissors. I mean, where Kashima's involved, the only kind of running she can do is scissors. She's basically scissors personified. This is really taking Scissor Woman to a whole new level. You gotta start sketching. Help finish this flower drawing. We gotta draw the hydrangeas. Hydrangeas? The hydras. We gotta draw the hydra. It's already been sketched. It's in light sketching. We have to use the thicker pencil to finish the line art. Which means the brown pencil, right? Now the blue pencil's a solid line. We gotta finish the drawing with the blue pencil. Draw the hydrangea. That is the one that... Unfaithful! Unfaithful is a different matter entirely. Oh no! That is so much different than what the book said. The book said coldness and regret and capriciousness. And apparently that summarizes unfaithful. Bellflowers is eternal love. Cosmos is harmony. And maiden virtue or something along that line, I forget. I think we have to draw the cosmos then. We cannot respond with eternal love. We have to put her down. We clearly can't go unfaithfulness, because that's what she's scared of. She's scared that Manabe seduced and stole the teacher away. And that's part of why she committed suicide. The teacher was seduced and stolen away in her mind. He commits suicide, his car crashes into the ocean. So not only has she had her love stolen, but then he's gone forever. There's nothing else to live for. So it's gotta be Cosmos. It's gotta be Cosmos for you're a virtuous maiden, let's stay friends. The unfinished Cosmos drawing, blue pencil, draw a line. Failed! That was a statistical fail. So even if that was the right choice, I still botched it. I didn't get any penalized attack for it, but I still spent the 2 points, which I gotta spend again. At least it's nice enough that if you failed by statistics, it gives you a boost. Blue pencil, right? Yeah, strong, solid lines, blue pencil. It better damn well have succeeded a second time through. Faint, unfinished sketch. That's not it. That is it. She wants eternal love after all. Five damage! I made a terrible mistake, my drawing or the pencil, this isn't the right choice. Do I gotta... I mean, it's already been sketched out. I shouldn't give her the eternal love drawing. But this isn't the only part to finish her off, right? We could draw the flower that she wants to see. And then we could show the notebook where I've gotten way too close. I need to tread carefully. Asked me to draw 3 of her favorite flowers: hydrangea, bellflowers, and cosmos. She should understand my feelings towards her after seeing which flower I drew first. I feel like the teacher's message that he intended is to just be friends, right? I still got HP left. Maybe we should do the hydrangeas after all. Hydrangeas is regret and coldness. That's what the book says. And then the summary on the item says unfaithfulness. That's 2 different meanings. But I'm not gonna give her eternal love. I think that's going to be feeding into her delusion and not going to purify her. That's not it! Okay, we gotta feed into her delusion then. -5 again. Tearing me apart! I'm down to 11! The bellflower it is. The bellflower for eternal love. This will bring me down to 9 HP. If this fight goes on for too long, I'm not gonna have the HP just to do the correct actions that I need to.
Yosh.
And if this turns out to be 18% chance failure, okay, all right. I'm running out of ammunition here. Oh, they want me to sketch first. See, I assumed. My assumption was that because he's already got the light sketch lines on there, that I have to use the darker pencil to finish the sketches. I'm not gonna survive this. I'm boned. Brown pencil. Let's do the cosmos again. Harmonious cosmos. We're gonna die here. And then I get failed. Oh my god. Oh, I'm dead. I'm actually dead here. It lets me redo it, but I've only got 2 HP left. If I do the act, I run out of spiritual energy and I die anyway. Okay. 99% to finish the cosmos. 0 HP, I'm done. I died by drawing. Do I get to see my grotesque game over? Daimon and the others have run out of spirit. Investigation ended in failure. Sorry, darling, we don't get to get married after all. Do I have my death counter up? I do have my death counter up, but not highlighted. Our first official death. Okay. It's been about 4 hours. GG for the game gover. Thank you, Hordian. Let me grab myself a BRB. And then we'll finish this girl off properly. Alright, that's as dead could be. So I guess let's get back into it and see if I cannot stop this forsaken fate. Apparently, I was just completely wrong with my premise. I believed that since the sketches were already sketched out with faint lines, that was a game giving me a clue that the thin pencil had already been used, and so I need to use a thick pencil to actually finish the sketch. And now we know that it's clearly wrong. When your spirit reaches 0, you've been defeated and the game is over. Be careful not to exhaust your spirit or your companion's spirit. But I could restart from the last checkpoint. Depending on the checkpoint, you may need to redo some of the investigation to get back where you died. This can give you a chance to regroup. From checkpoint, let's do it. I think I got everything I need. I just didn't do it correctly. What if I look at other things before we touch the easel?
Yoshi.
We can go back into the storage room. We have to pretend to be the teacher and get pulverized. Okay, so we have to go to the easel. We gotta start the fight. So let's get back to where we were. Have Diamond cut my hair. And then it's down to pretending to be the teacher. The thinner brown pencil this time. I want to believe that the message is supposed to be one of harmony. Because we ran out of HP, just trying to draw, we didn't get to see if the cosmos would have been the right answer or not. That's it for my tea. That's it for my coconut. I don't even have any more coconut drink left. Disarmor through cutting hair. %99% chance success if the guy with maximum dexterity cuts my hair. It's 5 damage every single time I get something wrong with her. And that's with the -2 damage. It would have been 7 if we didn't have the upgrades. So that's why you need to keep finding more upgrades, because the more the game goes on, the more the damage is going to increase too, as the ghosts become more powerful and more dangerous. We gotta show her that, Mr. Hirose, she was friends with the teacher, and she wanted more than friends with the teacher. But I think if I present the drawing as one of harmony, it shows us as her friendly teacher, and she's okay with that. So, act number 2. To finish the drawing, see? That was my mistake, because the drawing is already there. It already has unfinished drawings, softly drawn on 3 pages. As my chair keeps softly sinking on me. blue pencil has strong, solid lines. My logic was, the flowers are already softly drawn. The sketching is already there. If I use the thin, soft, delicate pencil, then I'm not adding to it. If I use a thicker pencil, then I'm finishing the drawing by putting line work over the sketches. Incorrect! The blue pencil was wrong every single time. So brown pencil, I'm gonna say Cosmos. We're gonna be harmonious, friendly teacher.
これでどうだ
There's still the 18% chance of failure that's too close to 1/5 for my liking. Ooh. Cosmos. Harmony. No! Ugh. I don't want to go Eternal Love yet, though. The determining factor that could be the choice between purifying or purging could be halfway through the mission. I'm pretty sure it was for the bird in the second game, too. We're gonna go Hydranias.
これでどうだ
It's gonna be -5 if the regret and coldness is wrong. Fickle. Come on! Okay, we gotta show her eternal love then. Maybe it's enough to appease her belief.
Yosh.
And then she'll get closer and further disarmed, and then we could show her the notebook proof that he wanted her to be let down softly. And that, thus, he wasn't stolen away by Manabe. -2 for failure, giving me -4 total to do this. Nine HP after this, but I'll really only have 7 to work with.
見るか
And really, chair, come on, quit sinking. I'm going to encase your thing in concrete if you keep this up. Bellflowers, eternal love. I have no choice, it's the only option I could have taken. Here we go, final confrontation. Aww. That's actually cute in its own way. Just all the sharp scissors rising or descending out of her mouth like some kind of column. And this ghost is also crying. This is 2 crying ghosts in the game so far. Lost the scissors, aww, because they were put in her coffin and cremated with her. So we'll pretend that these scissors of the exact same brand are the same scissors, We won't be foolish like Manabe and say, I bought you the exact same type. Your scissors got burned with you. We're gonna gaslight the ghost. Just say, oh yeah, these scissors, they're right here. It's okay, you can have them back. If we're supposed to be him, then we don't have to literally find the same scissors. This is ritual. She recognizes us as him. If we give her scissors, then her beloved teacher has given her scissors. Problem solved. Scissors that Hirose gave Kashima were supposedly burned alongside her corpse during cremation. They're long gone. The scissors in Kashima's mouth. No. No. It does look like what in her mouth might be scorched. We got these Tsubame scissors. Luxurious scissors held in high regard. Do you think it is the one in her mouth? Because they were cremated with her, they got incorporated into her ghost? I'm willing to believe that because I'm playing the part of her teacher, and she recognizes me as her teacher, that if I simply give her scissors of the same make, then here you go, your teacher's scissors, you can be at peace now. But do you think it is that? Every time she looms in, we see that one of her scissor teeth is charred. Remove and return the black scissors. 65%. Diamond, scissors in her mouth. 49! Oh man. If we had Sho with us, with his, what was it, 20 strength or so? 87% to remove and return the black scissors. $65% alone to return the black scissors. 49%, worse than a coin flip. 69%, slightly better than a 2/3 chance. See, here, because we've purchased enough items that we don't have any material cost to inspect the scissors, that will replay him examining the object, which sometimes gives you a little bit more than just looking at the description like this, because sometimes there are certain aspects of an item that don't make it into the description, or it gives you more. Like for the handkerchief, we knew that it had an odd smell in the description, but if we inspected it, it would specifically tell us that it smells like chemicals or whatever. Because the cost is 0 now, it's not a bad choice. We wouldn't be punished. So it's basically a freebie relook at these things. But I think it's the scissors in her mouth. I think we need to spend 3 points to fail. And then 3 points again for the 99% chance guarantee. And have 3 points remaining in the end. Come on, Daimon! You've extracted foreign objects from people's bodies before as a doctor, I'm sure.
Yoshi. Yoshi. Yaruka.
You try to pull the scorched scissors from Kashima's mouth. 69% chance success, it's only 21% chance failure. You're not gonna see odds like that work out in Reboot XCOM. But in Classic XCOM you would. In Classic XCOM, you barely got to enjoy a probability to hit over 90, unless you had just some absolute sniper of a character You're making snapshots at 30%, maybe 40. But not snapshots. What was it? Auto shots that do 3 at a time? Kashima, the sensei's scissors were in you this whole time, quite literally. It's a good thing that they sprouted from her mouth and weren't somewhere else in her body. Like, if there's teeth-like scissors descending in her abdomen, and if her legs are giant pairs of scissors, who's to say that it couldn't have been lodged someplace in her shoulder, or in her back, or within her chest cavity? What if it was her legs? If they got cremated with her, it might be so important as her legs and not just one of her teeth. She's got some floatiness going on, so we would just, like, grab her legs, hold them up. Hey, here they are! So I guess all the if Hiroshi was dead, then all the scissors on her family grave is just her going out and trying to find the replacement, or trying to find the scissor with all those replacements and find them all lacking. We got white. So I don't think that there's any variation in the middle of the fight itself, like with the other games, with Deathmark 1, with Spirit Hunter NG. So far, it seems like there is a specific path you have to take. So if I got to tell the girl that the teacher showed eternal love for her, even when the teacher's notes say otherwise, it puts her at ease, it purifies her, and then the twist as to whether the purification is complete is if I do one extra step afterwards. Hirose only ever saw her as a student, which is why I thought for sure that harmony and friendship would be the right answer. Or at the very least, regret and professional coldness. I had no choice. I tried to do the other options. We had to let her pretend that he loved her back. I feel like this isn't good, though. We have to... Maybe with the notebook, we can show the teacher's real feelings? Maybe the place where the pencil case was found? That's the warning. That's the warning that we're not done yet, just like with Hanako. Isn't completely saved. If we completely save Kashima's soul, she'll be spared. So what do we do? What do we do? We have Kashima's grave. We have various art rooms. an idea. The scissors in my hand. If we put them in the grave, we could put them in the grave. The scorched black scissors. Okay, we gotta give this as an offering to her grave then. Especially if these are her treasured item. The one thing we cannot do is return to the infirmary yet. Kashima was infatuated with Hirose while he only thought of her as a precious student. Gift for her was a platonic act of support for her dream, but misunderstood, leading her to loving him more and inciting jealousy from Manabe and her friends. I wonder if Kashima's feelings... Buzz buzz? Is that my phone? Oh. Just my boyfriend saving my snaps in chat. My grandpa had a bit of a rough time as his currently in the hospital, I think. So I tried calling him last night and today. And I thought, hey, buzz buzz, maybe that's a missed call, but nah. If Kashima's feelings would have been reciprocated in the future, if Manabe and her friends didn't interfere. That still would have been bad, though. Instead, her love led her to becoming a vengeful spirit. Hope these scissors can save her soul. And then we gotta give it to her. The button to return to infirmary is right there, but it is a trap. If I return to the infirmary, then Sho is dead. My stomach's got a bit of a quease right now from the possibility that I might be late. We just gotta get over to the bus stop. We have time to wait for the bus and hitch a ride and come back over. So, physically, the scissors were in the spirit this whole time. Which means they weren't physically at her grave. If we just give it to her, then we're good. They've only got 6 HP left, too. Intended to cheer Kashima up, because she aspired to be a hairdresser. Could have been family. It could have been family leaving scissors for her then. Her mom's probably still around. But then who would keep on giving scissors and not just give one gift of scissors once and that's it? Bell toll. That should be the sign that we did the final thing need doing. Full salvation. Okay, we should be done then. We'll head on back to the school, find Sho safe. After we find the scene of Kashima being devoured. I'm saving our friends, but we're damning these spirits that we purified into being devoured by another spirit. But that's okay, the entire point is we gotta protect the living. If it turns out that someone's eternal soul ends up in another ghost's stomach. They had their life, gotta keep show alive. To the infirmary. And Sho's not gonna be here. Moe is gonna say that, oh, Sho? He stepped out for a second, he's not with you? And then we're gonna panic, we're going to run to find him, and instead we'll hear the slurp, slurp, schmack, schmack, and think, oh no, was it not good enough? Did we not do enough? Then the black will fade away, and we're gonna see the most grotesque scene for this chapter. Moe is the only one here. You just now notice Sho's not here. Didn't you call him Mr. Diamond? To the old building. That's the second time that the phone was used to get their attention. The Departed is inside the phone lines. I don't know, she could come with. She's faced some ghosts with us before, back in the first game. To the old building. Hey, old man. Ah, see, he's fine. Are we not going to see the spirit get devoured then? He survived, so we know we're good. Ding dong, ding dong. Is she gonna lure us to the art room? Is it just me, or has she got more bugs on her face? Do you think maybe her physical appearance changes based on the number of things she eats? Tell me, do you love me? Do I get to choose yes, no, or stay silent? Japanese ghosts love this sort of thing, don't they? Like the scissor woman, the slit-faced woman, asks you if you think she's pretty. If you say yes, then she cuts your mouth to be wide open like hers. If you say no, she kills you on the spot. And Akamanta, when he asks for the red paper or the blue paper, it's basically asking which way you want to die. And sometimes you have ways of avoiding by taking a third option, staying silent, trying to escape. Do you think it matters here? She said herself the last time around that she wants to keep on devouring, feeding, until she becomes beautiful and can be loved. If I say yes, we love her, will that stop her from trying to devour things? Or will that just tie us closer into her own curse? What do we think, folks? Do you love her? Do we love The Departed? She's got her eye on us, and 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 her eye on us. Let you quote Metallica, Hordian. I'll give you the opportunity. Love is a 4-letter, and never spoken here. So, is that never spoke, so silence, or is that a hell no? I don't think it's going to impact the story any. I feel like silence is the safest answer. Mean! Mean, 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 mean. Oh, she's gone red! I have to say yes, don't I? This fucking chump ass is playing. That's one response to a ghost trying to kill us for rejecting her love. You're a punk ass bitch, Departed. Show, don't get killed after he tried to save you. That giggle better mean that she vanished. And not with Show. No. No. Was the final step for purification to accept her love the same way that we purified Kashima by pretending to be the teacher and showing her love. Enjoy the gym, Hordian? I'm going to count Friend Got Eaten as the same thing as having a death. So if it turned out that I picked the wrong answer and that wrong answer leads to Show getting eaten, that's game over, man. That's death count +1. Diamond's an adult. He knows he's frail. He can take care of himself. They're gonna be in the art room. Oh. This is gonna be extended game over, isn't it? From the hallway. Classroom 2C. Is she going to be in 2C? The saved Kashima was delicious. I'll save my next meal for another night since I am now full. That's good then. So I can become beautiful and be loved. So maybe rejecting her love gives me a punishment. Sho is saved, but Diamond has a heart attack and can't be used from here on out. The empty classroom? Black. Sho collapsed on the ground. So we didn't get to see the devoured Kashima then. Sho got to witness it this time. Ripped Kashima apart with a sickle and started munching on her. So we didn't get to see it this time. Doesn't verbally respond. He's alive, he's groaning. Did I do a bad thing by running out? Those first few minutes are critical, right? If we had called the ambulance ourselves off his phone and then ran after Sho, who we know was alive anyway. Now I'm curious if things are different if you had responded more positively to her. Pneumocyosis. Pneumomycosis. The current White House sure does love to bomb Venezuelan boats and kill civilians. Yeah, they're not even pretending anymore. Like when they're pressed on it, they're very much upfront about, well, they don't want to go fishing now, do they? We've gone from stochastic terrorism to straight up just terrorism. Infected too much mold. If this keeps up, I want to believe that if this keeps up, there's going to come some kind of tipping point where international partners and relations have no choice but to do a little bit of foreign intervention regime change. We definitely earned it. We've done worse to people for less. But given the way things go with other conflicts and how appeasing we are about, well, we don't want to upset this party or that party by being more overt. Then what is it, Article 15 or whatever says that once something happens, we're supposed to hit hard as a unit together. It could quite be that the international community is going to reveal themselves to not really care about fishermen of the Caribbean being murdered by $1 million American hardware. Don't want to get themselves involved in that quagmire. Don't want to lose the lucrative American market, because even with all this, it's still a very lush market they want access to. This year is turning me pretty cynical, where it turns into where international pressure and consequences are concerned. The call is very likely going to have to come from within. Who was it? Jefferson? Was it Jefferson who said that a revolution every 20 years is healthy? Was it like, God willing, 10, 20 years or something like that? So it has to be more frequent than that. But a little rebellion now and again is a necessary force for country's integrity. The family legend says that our great-grandpa came over from Italy when the country started to get a bit more fascist. I think if my great-grandfather were still alive, he might recognize a lot of uncomfortable things. Is Moe gonna get scared off? She's only a school kid after all. She stays in the infirmary. And she mostly helps us out by giving us access to special items. Yes, it is a bad idea to be so deeply involved. Moe's role is more hands-off, so she should keep herself concerned with her own safety. By himself, that's not gonna fly. He's got other mark bearers from the first game who haven't shown up yet. What if the conversation choices do matter in this game? And I'm locking myself into a second playthrough because I didn't say, "Yes, I love you, grotesque monstrosity departed." But we still need our magical items, we still need our sacred objects, so Moe should report back up to Miss What's-Her-Face and have her come over directly with an even greater haul of items. He says that, but there's already a cast of teenage girls here and one teenage boy who are more than willing to get involved in the case. Coma's not bad though. Coma's a good outcome in these games for your partners. He'll wake back up by the end. Slit mouth Kashima. Now, do I want to put the save all the way up here? Or do I want to keep an open mind to the possibility that I fucked something up with the conversation choices? That I should have said, "Yes, I love you, departed." And she would have been happy. And be like, "Good, good, then keep on working. We could be proper husband and wife if you survive." Should I have tended to Diamond and get him over to the hospital faster, knowing that if he purified correctly, then Sho would be safe? We're gonna just keep the pattern going and overwrite in the same places. We got save 4 for the final save if we really, really need it. History of Konoehara Academy. 1927, Konohara Academy is founded in M-Town, H-City, by millionaire Genzo Konoe. 28, construction of the school building, the old building, is completed. 37, the clock tower built to commemorate the school's 10th anniversary. 38, Konohara Academy's first headmaster, Genzo Konoe, passes away. That would be the grandfather of the current headmaster. 45, Great H-City air raid. Firebomb is dropped on the school. Both the school building and the clock tower are miraculously left unscathed. 55, that's when Dad was born. The school's address changes due to the town's merger. 58, Konohara Academy Student Council is launched. 87, that's when I was born. Construction of the new building and the special building are completed, and the old building is renovated. 1990, clock tower stops working due to age. 1994, old building is officially shuttered, except not really, they still keep it there. I think the hint has to be the clock tower, because we keep hearing that bell. The departed's presence.
死人の気配。
I wonder how many chapters there are in this game. Let's see, menu won't give me access to level 4. I need a place to save, so I could check something that I could only check from the main menu. We're gonna get one more notice every time we're called in. There's either a notice ahead of time or a notice after. The ghosts so far have been references to common Japanese urban legends. I don't know too many of them. So, what's this ghost going to be? We have Akamanta as another common school ghost. Do we count the hand from Majora's Mask that rises out of the toilet asking for paper? Or is that just a variation of Akamanta? Fill in for an absent teacher. We were called here under a ruse. They're just trying to get free teaching out of me. Investigating the departed. They know. Does the departed really exist? What to tell my students? They do? Of course not, I don't know. I have to be the responsible adult and lie to them. We've already had 3 students go missing, but the prior notice didn't result in any student going missing. It was an alumnus who graduated years prior, so none of their friends are gone. If we lie now, we might be able to assuage their fears. A collective sigh of relief. Didn't tell anybody I was coming, but somebody's going to know. Somebody is going to end up popping in anyway. Or maybe this is a minor, in the middle of the game, sort of inter-thing. Departed's Presence or something like that was the title of this chapter. While I'm here though. Sacred objects in one corner still. Only bag enhancement. 3 lost souls! What if what I had said yesterday was actually the truth? And what I should have done is not buy all the enhancements that I can, all the sacred objects, and simply wait until later chapters to get better stuff. There's 4 souls. That's half as usual. So maybe the smart play is to muscle it out for the first few chapters, save up all the souls I find, and then later on, when there's actually scary stuff with big damage, but also sacred objects with bigger benefits but higher cost, we use all of our saved up souls on those. Because they do give numerically increasing benefit. +1, -1, +1, -1, 2 +2, -2, +2, -2, and so on, but they don't stack. So I'm only increasing or decreasing by 1 each time. Okay, gonna save her on the chapter 4 opening. Because I wanna go back to main menu first.
終わりにするか。
There's a gallery that isn't just CGs. Artwork. There's a locked CG there. We somehow missed one. Oh, you know what? There's Hanako-chan being killed. That's Hanako being killed. This would have been Ai being killed. The lock CG is Ai's death. I still find it pretty odd that we didn't see the CG for Kashima being eaten. But Sho did. Sho reported on it. More CGs out here, and so it's not all just sequential like this. There's also... like, these would have been the first ghosts. These would have been the second ghost, but they're all over here on page 5. Time to say goodnight, Wither. You have a very good sleep. You get as much rest, as much relaxation as you can, Wither. Have good dreams. Tooth. Blackened tooth. What I want to see here is spirits. So this isn't just showing us... it's not just 12 spirits then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. There's 2 for Hanako. There's 1 for the Wandering Ghost. And then there's 2 for Kashima. So if we do 2 for another ghost, and then 2 for another ghost, and then 2 or 3 for the departed, we could have about 2 more semi-minor ghosts, by which I mean not the departed itself to go after. Spoiling myself for the interface of the game. I pressed new game, didn't I? I pressed new game. I'm not going to wait indefinitely to reload everything. Where was that? Spirit Hunter. Get back up here, you. At least these VNs take no time to reload. I went to start. Hold on. Chapter selection. Choose save data for chapter selection. I don't see how that differs from load then if I'm just loading for the same place. Let's experiment. Hold on.
終わりにするか。
Chapter select will go from 3 in the middle. Okay. So, that makes it somewhat easier then. We start getting lost souls as early as chapter 2. So if I had to spend, say, a weekend or a night rushing through the game to find and save my stuff, I could just go to number 2, start finding and saving things up, and then replay, just make it real quick. No one in the infirmary. Notification on phone is blinking. Voicemail from who? The previous game in particular put a few tiny bits of ship tease between Kujo and I. But she's still referring to herself as Kashiwagi. We're not on casual first name basis. Osaka. Gone for at least a week. If there's 3 days between each case, she's gonna be gone for at least 2 cases. And then back in time for the finale! I'll come flying to you, bye-bye. Aww. So who are we going to first? Faculty room? No notice? Just reporting on the case. The broken glass and dirty floor in the art room left as is. It's the old building anyway. I think the clock tower is super sus. Firebombed during the war, and miraculously unharmed. At least the old building of the clock tower. Including the building that stored the school's documents. He was curious about the past and did some digging. And that's why he's fallen ill then. Died of a heart attack last month. Okay. Oh yeah? That much we're sure of. Dorio, student council president, asked if I'd be coming to school today. Then I guess we'll go see her. In these parts, it's always very straightforward. No exploration here. She's gotten over her possession pretty well. Photo? Upside down body, face, floating in the school pool. Is this what they call a ningen? Ningen is one of those urban legends that spawned after the popularization of the internet, right? Timeline-wise. Or this could just be a random, pale, bloated corpse. It's their school. Is it trespassing if it's their school? They have ownership. Grinned from ear to ear. That's the real reason why she was susceptible to the slick-faced woman's possession. Hey, Onyx. You just wake up from a nap, baby? Come on over, Onyx. What you looking for? What you looking for, Onyx? You looking for head pats? I didn't realize you were still in here, Onyx. I closed my door during BRB, when I came back from BRB. So Toasty's all by himself in the living room? We can't have that, Onyx, can we? Toasty, I can't believe you've been alone outside the whole time. There you go, Onyx. The door's open now. Quit flash and hold on stream. Nothing in the Twitch community guidelines says it's okay if it's a cat butt. Sure, I'm busy, only until a new notice arrives. I suppose that's a pragmatic answer. A notice is when lives are at risk, so we'll investigate until the notice comes in. And who knows, maybe it will, because this pool ghost is going to be related to it. Onyx is very deeply a glutton for pets. Some say it's a girl spirit. We're 3 for 3 for girl spirits. So far it hasn't been any boys who become vengeful ghosts. At least not in this game. A severed head at night. The fuss around Takai. Is Takai Izumi's female friend? because Izumi had a female friend that was the first victim. That's before we even became involved in this case. Kyoko Takai was the first note. Yeah. Yeah. And there's Toasty. Toasty's here for pets too. Careful with where you step, Toasty. The keyboard does stuff, remember? That's why I don't like you guys laying on it, stepping on it. Brass band club with Izumi, the two of them bullied Hanako. Bad terms with Akai ever since her first year. So Akai is Hanako, Hanako Akai, and Kyoko Takai. Do they have an Akai-Takai rivalry? Always an attention seeker. She said no to the group chat, and that is what sealed her fate. Known for a flashy red ribbon. Given by her boyfriend, aww. Her boyfriend what? No, don't stop her, Himiko. There's more we have to learn. We don't know that for sure. We don't know that it's not. It's always somebody connected to the incidents. Toasty, what you looking for? Don't step on my Switch, Toasty. That's also got buttons I don't want messed up with. You smelled the little dipping sauce I had there, Toasty? You're good, Toasty, you're good. He's got a very inquisitive mind and a sharp nose. I'm surprised it took him so long to find the dipping sauce I was munching on during BRB last. What's she writing? The dorm's number and her phone number. So see, even if the people from the first game aren't going to come back to be companions because Kujo is too worried for their safety, there are plenty of named characters here with unique designs who are ready and willing to fill in as companions. If you're feeling lonely, he's way too serious. Pull rumors that it's a spirit file? While awaiting the next notice, the student council asked me to investigate a spirit haunting the pool. Several students reported having odd incidents and nearly drowning, leading some to assume a spirit was involved. Before the incidents, Takai went missing. I also heard a voice at the pool. Faculty room? Did anybody help us with these rumors here? No. To the infirmary then? Sometime before the end of the school day, explore the special building. Collect more info. I can't believe there's only 4 ghosts this chapter. Or 4 lost souls. It must really be a smaller one then if there's only 4 lost souls to worry about. We can't even ask them questions. Library then? It's dark in the library. Abe! Onyx, I have to be able to see the game too. If you could sit on the side. Do you want to sit to the side, Onyx? I could pet you if you sit at the corner of the desk. And then I could play my game and pet you. He sounds sarcastic, but he is the one who was upselling how dangerous she was. Wow. Hospitalized but alive. That's because Abe is the departed. Like I said, there's some things I could expect he might know if he keeps his ears to rumors. But some things he only should be able to know if he himself is one of the spirits. I'm attracted to you and you're drawn to my mystery. Abe, you are a child and you're way too Chinibio at that. Also, that's a comparison. That's a similarity between Abe and the Departed. Abe is always going off, or the Departed is always going off about how we're gonna get married, and now Abe is talking about being attracted to each other and being meant to be. Onyx. And then here comes Toasty back over. What time is it, you two? 3:21? It's a little bit early for lunch, Onyx. I see you smacking your lips there. Like an alien? Or like a ghost? See, he says it feels like a generation gap. But he's got no problem at all when it comes to teenage girls. And that's the faculty office calling me? No, that's the school closing shortly. Who? What if I try to find clues before it becomes dark, before they become active? Toasty in the window. See, Onyx, isn't it a lot more comfortable to lay down like that? And up you go again. Damn fine coffee. A hot black drink, chock full of caffeine. He's got tea for that. Moshi mosh. Who can it be now? Who can it be now? What you two doing back there? I hear Toasty whining and Onyx is staring at the curtain. You guys playing through the curtain? Himiko? Is she going to join his companion this time? Takai had nothing to... Oh, she was... Clearly, she didn't want to talk about it, but there was something. Used to be in the swimming club. You can switch clubs. Okay, that's a cute picture if I can get these cats to stay in the same place. Onyx is poking into one side of the curtain while Toasty was poking out the other side. And now there they go, bapping at each other. The photo opportunity passed as quickly as it came. That's how it is with... No. But that's how it is with cats. You basically have to have the camera already at the ready to capture some cute moment. Otherwise, they stop just as soon as you get it up. You boys be careful there, my computer cables are right next to you. So she was already haunting the swimming club. Onyx? You must have put some pressure on the cable to the monitor, because I very briefly didn't see it. I might have to rearrange how this desk is laid out. I very sensibly have the computer itself in the corner at the wall, and the monitor in the middle. So what if I put the computer, instead of being on the corner going this way, in the corner going this way lengthwise? I would have to redo all the cables basically. Careful there, Onyx. You could... Not on the keyboard. Any place but the keyboard? There you go. That's an okay place. Lost her ribbon in the pool. Lost her ribbon in the pool. Her very important ribbon. Drain the entire pool if she had to. So she's gonna be the ghost. The first victim has returned as a spirit, and we have to find her ribbon and give it as offering to her. No, of course not. She'll come flying. We can call her right now then. We're really going to investigate alone, with no partner to contribute their stats to me. Takai was swimming club before she moved to the brass band due to an injury. She was searching for the ribbon she lost before going missing. Ribbon, the first target was Takai. If she's also the pool spirit, the ribbon might be the key to solving this. Oh, we can't go yet. Opening. There's not gonna be anybody here, is there? No one? No one. Nobody's working overtime. The teachers here have a healthy work-life balance. They're at home grading papers. The option to go to the new building isn't there. The new building option is just pool. Cool. A low palisade. Damn it, we're a video game protagonist. The low palisade's gonna be too high for us. But Cujo, where are we gonna find a bulldozer for rent this time of night? Shuffle himself over. The sound sounded exciting, like he took a brief running start and vaulted his way over. But it's more of a awkward shuffle. I see a mop. That's already something important. We have 4 lost souls to look for. Benches. Mold everywhere. This is... What if the entire school is already dead? Toasty keeps kicking at the mouse, and that makes the cursor fly away. I just want to look at this thing here. A small object? Somebody's tooth that they lost on the diving board? 3 more to go. We're already 1/4 through this. Dead insects. Mold, dead insects. And well, let's go look at the pool itself then.
これは
Cloudy water, clumps of algae. I could understand the old building, but a lot of the new building too also looks like it's in disrepair. This is what I'm talking about, like in the art room. The canvases were moldy. The students' paintings were moth-eaten. Here, the benches are covered in mold, covered in bugs. The pool water. In a prestigious preparatory school for important families. Cloudy, algae-filled. It sounds to me like this school is not very well maintained below the surface. I think this is just straight up a ghost school. I think that Konoehara must have been closed ages ago. And every single person I'm speaking to is already dead. Either that or maybe there's a corrupting influence to the Departed, because the Departed is also sometimes associated with mold. The notices it issues out has bloody fingerprints that's actually just mold. And Diamond was stricken down by mold in his lungs. Oh, look at how big she is! She really is a ningen. She's also covered in hoses. Hoses from being murdered by Hanako. MP's gonna be so happy the hoses have returned. She looks naked, but because her corpse is so bloated, there's no, like, sexuality to it. It's all bulbous. She's a fish. She's basically the way she's tied, and in some parts and bloated in others. She's a fish with a tail, fins, and a gasping mouth. She's even got some back fins further down from the torn jacket. That's some pretty cool design, I'm not gonna lie. It might not be the spookiest, but it's pretty inspired, taking a bloated corpse and tying it up and bloating it up to look like a goldfish or something. Save me. Well, we don't have the old man's knife anymore, so we can't cut her free. Hanako can't forgive her nor save her. What we could really save her from is being devoured by the departed. We have a suspensive act already and nobody to help us. Scoop up air, scoop up pool water. Now here's the thing, she's floating in air right now, right? Is she a fish out of water? And so I should scoop up pool water for her? Or is she a drowned victim that needs more air? Her mouth is already gasping open, she's sucking in as much air as she can. Scoop up rubbish in the water. Scoop up the floating rubbish. To save Takai's soul. Now this is a tricky one. I can't imagine what I could possibly do here. Let's scoop up floating rubbish.
Yoshi.
We have plenty of HP. Maybe her ribbon will be among the trash of the floating on the surface. Will you be saved if I do this? Scoop a single leaf out of the pool. If she drowned, maybe I should scoop her out of the water. So maybe garbage in the water to scoop up? Begging for forgiveness. Hanako can't save her. Deck brush to scoop rubbish from inside.
やってみるか。
Maybe there's a purifying aspect to the water? Even though the water itself is quite grungy. Failure, so I gotta redo that thing. They're just floundering with that. So let's try the brush again.
やってみるか。
You have one chance to fail, then it gives you the 99. Scoop up a few clumps of algae. Okay, let's give her some air then. Let's splash some air on her. And there's Toasty back in from the window. Don't step on the keyboard, baby. Keyboards aren't for kitty cats. Very good. If you want, you can be over here, Toasty. In front of the computer. And we can't use a brush anymore. Scoop up some air.
よし。
Scooping the air with the bucket. 7% chance of failure. failed. Strange chills all over my body. Not the right way to save her. Okay, let's splash the bulbous fish with water then. I guess I was thinking of, like, spiritually saving her, but I guess if she looks like a fish and she's outside the water, then we save her by giving her water. We gotta get water down her gills.
これでどうだ
We have so much HP now that we have so much opportunity to mess up without game overing. I'm surprised that wasn't the 11% chance of failure. That's very slightly over 110. 110 isn't very big. Stumbled onto the right answer. More like we've exhausted every other option. Do more? Maybe I had the right idea, but in the wrong order then. I really am gonna get killed here. I thought this was just a minor encounter. Second act. Scoop up deeper water. It's a 79% chance of failure.
これでどうだ
21% chance failure. Got it. Got it. Stares at the water inside the bucket. And see, that's what I was hoping for. I thought that if I try to scoop some of the refuse, that I might fish up the ribbon. That's specifically why I started by seeing what I could fish up. Nothing at the surface if the ribbon is floating. Nothing further down if it's bogged down. You don't scoop it up with the brush, just with the water bucket. It's funny. A flashy red ribbon. Purified already. But I've only found one soul. I still need 3 more souls for this chapter. Pool Spirit's ending. That was quick. Spirit haunting the pool was Kyoko Takai, Hanako's first victim. Getting her ribbon back allowed her to rest in peace. Takai bullied Hanako along with Izumi, which is why she was a target. The departed didn't show up during this investigation. This might be unrelated to them.
Korewa. Yoshi.
Red ribbon in a bucket full of water.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't take it.
Yoshi.
Could I explore around a bit more? Let's go to the library and the student council room, because there's not much else I can do. It might just say, oh, there's no one here. So I can only assume there's going to be more to this chapter. So to the infirmary, get all of my health back. Oh, look at the face in the window! Look at my bride-to-be watching us with excited open mouth. This concludes the requested investigation, excuse me, while she's staring out from the window. The night's still young. What should I do next? Is he gonna notice? He's gotta notice. He's noticed. The menu's not. There we go. I feel a set of eyes on me. Something on the other side of the window. And away she goes. Departed. Because they're haunting this school. This is their focal point. Hey, Onyx. Bye, Onyx. A notice. Is it going to be for me? Dear Student Council, I will kill you tonight. I'm watching, hiding in the school. Your beloved, the departed. You see, she calls everyone beloved. She wants somebody to love her. It doesn't necessarily have to be me. Yeah, you tell him, Onyx. You guys hear that? He went... What's wrong, Onyx? Do you want to eat? It's about close to your feed time. Isn't it, Onyx? Yeah? Check whether they're safe, call them. So I think that they're both going to be companions for this mission then. We're going to call them, tell them what's up, but if they're targets, they're going to come right on over. Hey, Onyx boy. Hungry, hungry Onyx boy. You really, really want to eat right now, Onyx? I guess I'll take my BRB a little early. I'll feed the cats. You want that, Onyx? Want me to feed you? Food? Food? And then we'll begin this investigation proper when I return, so give me a sec. Michiho wasn't answering, and Ginny's not at the computer. What they're doing, not so dank movie night tonight. Should I pinch this off early? Or should we try to do as much as we can? We've made a pretty good habit of starting an investigation on one day and then finishing the next. Student dormitory, yeah. Prinsu teaches at Konoehara Academy. Who's been hitting on those two? No. A four-eyed middle-aged teacher been hanging around is not the same as hitting on them. Indecent teachers trying to put their hands... Now, one, she's clearly got the wrong impression of me. Are there actually so many teachers like that? Or is she just... did she just have the wrong impression on everybody? Bring up Mr. Konoe. We're just gonna pull rank. Has been getting lots of weird calls lately. Is that the ghosts doing their ghostly things? They haven't returned, it's already past curfew. They've done that before, snooping around the school beyond curfew time. Left after... so they did come back, they just left then. Talking on the phone before... what if they were drawn here? The Departed has been known to use phones to draw people out of safety. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's picked up on the pattern too. Lured back onto school grounds, we got 3 more ghosts to find as far as lost souls go, as far as missing teeth go, and we don't know how long this game is going to go on for. So, how about... final stage! Okay. Sorry, not so dang movie night, but we're already on the final stage for this chapter. This really is... whoops. Trying to squeeze myself onto the chair here anyway, but the proper way to sit. This really is then the middle of the game, tiny intermission type episode then. That's why there's only 3 ghosts to look for. We gotta search everywhere. Not for their sake, for the sake of finding 3 more missing teeth. Come. Place, connect, past, future. Is this finally going to be the clock tower? Is this the voice of the doll girl, the haunted doll? The clock tower that was built in commemoration of the 10-year anniversary, the clock tower that survived the air raids. The locked doors never have anything on them. The place that connects past and future. Something stuffed in the... Finally, something stuffed in the crack. Wiggle your finger into the crack. I slowly stick my finger into the crack. Lukewarm. Damp in there. Something's biting me. And of course there's nothing, but he's got a tooth now. Show me the tooth, no wound. We got ourselves a tooth. That's half the teeth for this chapter. Can't go in the bathroom, can't go in the bathroom, can't go upstairs. Can't go to the music room. It's just gonna say gotta go to the place that connects past and future, right? No, we can go upstairs. I've looked around on each floor. No, you can't actually look around up there. It just gives text that he did. So I guess technically the place that connects past and future is the corridor. Connects the new building and the old building. The flashlight has died and there's a squelchy sound. Darling! Oh, not darling. Nothing good has ever come from one of these haunted dolls. Oh, she's trying to speak. You gotta speak into my mind, all psychic-like. Your mouth is too broken for physical speech. Place, bell, the clock tower? The place I wanted to go, the clock tower? The place the bell rings. And a my. My what? Courtyard or clock tower front? We gotta find the 2 more teeth, though. Can't be the old building. We can go to the courtyard. We can go to the courtyard. There's the Inari statue that we could see from one of the windows in the old building. What if this school was built on the site of an old temple? And that's why the Inari statue was here. And in doing so, a tooth falls out. Tooth! Since there's only one thing to buy this chapter, let's go buy it now. Another jump scare for going into the inventory. +4 rate now. So this gives me an effective rate increase of 19%. And I'm hoping the last soul is going to be at the clock tower. It's a reasonable expectation.
考えろ。考えるんだ。
There's a clock tower behind. If I go to the right, nothing. Landmark of Konihara Academy. It's not a bad looking tower. Stopped working 7 years ago. That's 2 years prior to the earliest incidents we know about. The bell is ringing. The bell will be right there. There's a high school girl in trouble. There's a high school girl in trouble. There's a high school girl in trouble somewhere. Forget it. Forget it, Cujo. High school girls and clock towers never work well in these games. We can't just rush in, we have to find the final soul, though. There's one more soul this chapter. Oh. I mean, as far as intersections of sex and horror go, they're just covered in bugs. Being covered in bugs while being held down by mold isn't the worst. They're too overwhelmed by all the grotesque legs all over them. They can't stand, you can see the mold holding them in place. Unless it's all insects, and they're being held down by a cloud of ants. A huge blob. Not slime mold. And so they'll bite. I see a house centipede. Those are harmless to humans. I see cockroaches. And what are those? Longhorn beetles? They're harmless to humans. Various smaller... what are those? Are those ants or beetles? It'd be uncomfortable, I'm sure, but they'll live. They won't even be harmed, really, if they did get bit. Some are venomous, including the centipedes. Come on, they're just harmless house centipedes. Extremely careful, take things step by step. Is this like after the dogs, the tree chapter in Spirit Hunter NG, and whichever one I help, the other one is either killed or rendered comatose until the end. Michiho first. Slime off, bugs off, Michiho is saved. Which means Himiko is gonna get devoured! And she's gonna be gone. She's not gonna be there. Perform the same task, the same order. Okay, so we don't lose any one person then. Unless whoever went outside first has been kidnapped. Head count? While the two are getting dressed. Okay. Just this once, everybody lives. I'm surprised this is still going. It said Chapter 4 Final in the save load menu. Lost souls held 0. What if I lost the window to get the final one then? Do you think Michiho didn't have as bad a time with this because she does love bugs? Spirit in the pool, why they came back, what happened to the clock tower, in order. So, before the trauma of tonight, I resolved the pool situation. Izumi could become a spirit, Naomi could become a spirit. Manabe? I guess it makes sense because their bodies vanish. Maybe their bodies vanish because they became spirits and not just were killed by one. They're gonna say it was us. But Guinea, I thought you did. It was you! But girls, I don't even have a cell phone. And even if we had a passphrase, like don't believe anyone who doesn't say X, the Departed's going to know to say X. Swarm of insects attacked them when they came in. So she wouldn't have been scared, the bug lover, if it wasn't for the venomous centipedes. Very, very likely. The Departed, it turns out, is Oogie Boogie. Because they were helping us out, they have a connection to me. And so by attacking them, the Departed gets me to act. That means, if he didn't send his prior friends away, they could have been targets tonight too. I'm a curse. Don't think like that, Kujo. You're nearly 40 years old. Oh wait, no, it was that's right. That's why I got 0 souls, because it cost 3 to buy the pouch upgrade. So when I find the final soul, I have 1 excess. We got a new song with lyrics, cute. What if we end up getting credits after this, that we got this truncated chapter 4 because we made a bad decision earlier on? A strong sense of justice. Text is going by way fast now. The two of them shine brightly like a beacon in the darkness. He's truly embraced his teacher spirit now. The children are that shining beacon of the future. Seems so, and I would say that the clock tower is a pretty good place to peg its lair to be. Deducing the departed's true identity. Are we able to this early in? Targeting those who are close to me. How will they know my circle of friends and who you're close to? 'Cause they're spirits, there's psychic connections at play. It might as well be the morphogenetic field. Michiho's got the right idea. Supernatural powers. Or discovered it pretending to be a human. He learned a thing or two, because we report directly to him. There's also Sakamoto-san. And she's very strictly anti-supernatural, which would be a funny way to hide a ghost. Abe is also super suspicious. He knows more than he should. So Abe is at the top of the list for me. Spirit Doctor could simply be because he reads Oop Arts, but he knows too much. He knows more than a kid who reads Oop Arts and looks at local school rumors. And Himiko has the mark on her face that nobody else comments on. Hinakawa's been possessed. I don't know. I don't think she would be put in a position where a weaker spirit would transform her if she was the departed. But I think one of those two, being the departed, would be a good twist. Is Abe the departed? Yeah, because he's got that middle school syndrome. Creepy, no one knows what's going on in his head. There are ghosts that disguise themselves as human. They could be a girl ghost that disguises themselves as boy human. We choose an option, and he's like, huh, maybe. We don't really go through everything else. Maybe Abe is the right choice. There's talk, save, and exit. Chapter 4 final. Chapter 4 final stage still. I just want to find that final lost soul. That's what it comes down to. As far as I know, I have looked at everything that I can look at. This guy's gotta retire from the ghost hunting biz. He feels a lot more stressed out about all this than he was in the first game just 4 months prior. Maybe the departed is among them and wants to know how we've taken to its handiwork. I like when V ends, just have him do the gaping open mouth reaction. They know her. We saw her before the clock tower, on the day we received this curse. Is it the... Wait a minute. Himeko's got the mark on the face. What if Michiho has it on her hand and that's why she's always hiding it? We didn't get a good look at her hand when they were covered in bugs. Two months ago, summer break, went to the clock tower for the school's 70th. Did these two instigate this entire situation by releasing a trapped thing from inside the clock tower? 2 months ago, they opened the clock tower that's been sealed and broken all this time, and then notices and deaths start happening. A female doll in a red dress on the altar. Altar in a clock tower. This must be another doll of Kujo make, I bet. She's gonna show us her gnarly hand. You can see them, can't you? So is that why nobody else comments on Himiko having a very obvious giant face marking in a prestigious preparatory school that should be coming down hard on non-conformity things like that? My white hair. So that's why nobody else gives her a hard time, because nobody else sees the white hair. That's why she was so happy. Other people can't see them. Never even tried to hide her mark from others. See, commenting on the white hair, who do we have as mark bearers? A burnt out doctor, a pop idol, a delinquent. These aren't people who are really going to care too much about, oh, somebody's dyed their hair, whatever. But the mark's pretty apparent. The mark takes up half her face. Why, they never mentioned their curse? I'm willing to believe that these two aren't candidates for Who's the Departed. Unless the mark... I don't know. I feel like these are more victims than possible nominees. But Abe's a standout. I still believe in Abe being sus. So she wasn't just happy to get a compliment from an older man. She was happy that someone has eyes to see and could take their supernatural problems seriously. Cursed dolls. If this is the curse of the cursed doll, and if cursed dolls so far have been of Kujo family make, we go by Guinea, but that's just an alias. This is Masamune Kujo after all. So maybe he could see his family's handiwork. Something that goes a bit beyond just spiritual sensitivity. Anything besides sudden notices appearing and her classmates going missing and killed and coming back as ghosts who in turn murder and disappear others. You never know, some curses are worth it for the stat boost. The doll? It could be. I thought early on that perhaps the doll is... that the departed is the spirit that inhabits the doll. It's also broken, so maybe they're a split thing now. Eat so it may be beautiful again. Perhaps. But the question is, if it's hiding out as a human, who's it hiding out as? And that's why I think it's Abe. A non-committal not sure. Michiho thinks it is. I just need to find out if we're actually good to go from here on out, or if I somehow miss a final lost soul, and I gotta redo this entire chapter. Where's this, the dorms? Maybe the dormitory has a final tooth. This just makes us look even more suspicious. We called about the missing girls. She's like, oh, you're trying to perv on them? I'm like, you better not get in my way or I'm going to tell Konoe. And then I come back with the 2 girls in tow. We're going back to Kujo Mansion. That's going to be chapter end then. That means I did miss one soul then. Summarize already. It turns out Konoe is a real departed, and by not divulging that information, oh, sweet. Let's say she found a lost tooth. What if I is a departed? Can you beat her? If I is the departed, then it's not I. I think what she's really saying is, if the departed is your friend, could you bring yourself to confronting her and banishing her? I think she might be suspecting that Himeko, with the more obvious mark on her face, might actually be the departed. We have to say yes. I'd have no choice. It turns out Michiho was actually the departed, and her moment of getting possessed was her just playing along. When has any of the prior spirits ever possessed a person to reenact something? Maybe. Maybe she's not really worried for Himiko. Maybe she's saying, if you had to destroy me, could you do it? And she's happy to hear that, well, we would try to bring peace to these spirits. And she's happy enough for that. Washing off sweat and shut-eye. This means we're not gonna get the last one. Don't give me chapter end. Don't give me chapter end. If we get chapter end, that means... Chapter 4 end! We missed one of the souls! We're not gonna save progress. I'm not going to rest until I find that missing soul. But... that'll have to be a preview for the next time. 6.5 hours of ghost investigation is plenty for one day. It's a short chapter, so there's not too many places that I could have missed. As far as I know, I explored as much as I could have. So what are we thinking? Maybe the order of the girls we saved? It didn't seem to make a difference saving Michiho or Himeko. So maybe if we save Himeko first, we'll find a tooth that a bug would have carried out? Or maybe if we perfectly aced the exorcism of Taeko, then maybe we would have got to the bonus tooth. Either way, there weren't too many places to go, and as far as I know, I got all the things. It'll be really quick to repeat through the chapter, so it's a short one, won't take us too long. For now, I think I'm going to toss you guys on over to Cat Batsumi, who's still streaming. And then I am going to dip. And we'll see if we do this over the weekend. Probably won't. So, more Spooks Monday, I think. Thank you guys for hanging out. And enjoying the cats. And I'll catch you guys again the next time. You all stick around for the raid, say hi to folk. And I'll see you later. Bye.